In 1858, zoologist Philip Sclater made a name for himself in the scientific community. He divided the world into 6 geographic regions based on the distribution of animal species. They were Palearctic, Ethiopian, Indian, Australasian, Nearctic, and Neotropical. Sclater's system is still used today. While Sclater created his classification system, a mystery emerged: the fossils of lemurs. Lemur fossils were found in parts of South America, India, Africa, and Madagascar. These areas are not connected by land, but lemurs don't swim. The question haunted Sclater: how did lemurs spread across the world? Identical species don't develop in different places at once. He had a radical answer: that there was a landmass once connecting these areas. It would need to be massive, bigger than Australia. His theory was a stretch, but it would solve the mysteries he'd stumbled upon. Along with the unexplainable locations of lemurs, Sclater also uncovered extreme similarities between monkeys found in South America and Africa. In 1864, Sclater published an essay about his theory in a scientific journal. In the essay, he refers to his proposed continent as Lemuria.
Anterior to the existence of Africa in its present shape, a large continent occupied parts of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, stretching out towards what is now America to the west and to India on the east. In Madagascar and the Mascarene Islands, we have existing relics of this great continent, for which, as the original focus of the Stirps Lemurum, I should propose the name Lemuria.
This land
large continent.
This is the part I wanted to show y'all real quick. This is the video Atlantis rises, Lemuria falls, right? This is Jehovah Chronicles 125. The Pan with this is called Pan, the Atlantis Lemurian Mythos, part 2. And we're gonna get into it real quick, but I wanted to show y'all that even now you're going to see Church Ward puts Lemuria right here in the Indian Ocean in between Madagascar, India, and Australia. But look where they got it previously and look how it's shaped. Look just like Pond. This is the Pacific Ocean. I know a lot of people would have missed that. And look, this is where they saying Atlantis is, right? I think Atlantis is in America and is Mexico City, primarily. But let's get back to this. I just wanted to show you that in the early depictions of, well, the map is a new cartography map. And they're applying where he thought Lemuria was from ancient written maps, right? And where they're putting it, right? It's just interesting that it doesn't necessarily say the Pacific, you know, for Lemuria, but they got it right where Pine is. And almost the right size. Almost. Let's get back to
it. Asset management is foundational to cybersecurity and IT. But having an accurate...
In the distant corners of our solar system, ice giants Uranus and Neptune are...
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by of animal species. They were Palearctic, Ethiopian, Indian, Australasian, Nearctic, and Neotropical. Sclater's system is still used today. While Sclater created his classification system, a mystery emerged: the fossils of lemurs. Lemur fossils were found in parts of South America, India, Africa, and Madagascar. These areas are not connected by land, but lemurs don't swim. The question haunted Sclater: how did lemurs spread across the world? Identical species don't develop in different places at once. He had a radical answer, that there was a landmass once connecting these areas. It would need to be.
Now, see, this is where you get your first iterations of a Lemurian. Look where it's at. It's in the Indian Ocean, but watch. Let's keep watching.
Massive, bigger than Australia. His theory was a stretch, but it would solve the mysteries he'd stumbled upon. Along with the unexplainable locations of lemurs, Sclater also uncovered extreme similarities between monkeys found in South America and Africa. In 1864, Sclater published an essay about his theory in a scientific journal. In the essay, he refers to his proposed continent as Lemuria.
Anterior to the existence of Africa
Check it out.
in its present shape, a large continent occupied parts of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, stretching out towards what is now America to the west and to India on the east. In Madagascar and the Mascarene Islands, we have existing relics of this great continent, for which, as the original focus of the Stirps Lemurum, I should propose the name Lemuria.
This land bridge concept was popular in the scientific community at the time. Sir Charles Lyell, a well-known geologist and teacher, believed continents were rising above and sinking below the ocean routinely, just very gradually. So it's no surprise that following the publication of Philip Sclater's essay, the Lemuria theory really caught on. It turned out Lemuria may have been the answer to many scientific mysteries. In fact, Lemuria may have been the birthplace of humanity itself. In 1864, Philip Sclater introduced the concept of Lemuria to the world. 24 years later, Helena Blavatsky, a Russian theosophist and co-founder of the Theosophical Society, published a book titled The Secret Doctrine. Theosophists, like Blavatsky, are truth seekers who study a combination of religion, science, and philosophy. They believe in an ancient wisdom that unites all major religions. The Secret Doctrine discusses the origins of humanity. It outlines a sequence of 7 root races representing different stages of human development. Currently, we are in the 5th stage.
I understand what she's saying, but they off. You dig what I'm talking about? Man has 8 levels of vortexia, and we are currently in the 7th era. We will be the 7th root race right now, today. 176 years into the Cosmine era. Look at that. So, for all the people talk about we touting Blavatsky and all that stuff, no, you better look at some of your own Hebrew people who make up these great dates that ain't supported by their own biblical texts. Just saying. They always try to put this stuff on us. Ain't got nothing to do with us. But it's interesting to hear some of the information.
With the 6th and 7th yet to come. According to the Secret Doctrine and other writings by Blavatsky's followers, the first root race was ethereal and didn't possess physical bodies. They may have appeared as giant phantoms. The second root race was shapeless and asexual.
Asexual?
Well, they didn't engage in sexual activity.
Sounds like they were married.
They reproduced through a process called budding, which is essentially natural cloning. The third root race thrived in Lemuria and coexisted with dinosaurs. According to Theosophist W. Scott Elliott, these Lemurians were giants.
His stature was gigantic, somewhere between 12 and 15 feet. His skin was of a yellowish brown color. He had a strangely flattened face, eyes small but piercing, and set curiously far apart, so that he could see sideways as well as in front. The head sloped backwards and upwards in a rather curious way. The arms and legs, especially the former, were longer in proportion than ours.
Early in the Lemurian period, these supposed human ancestors laid eggs, but over millions of years, their reproductive process developed into, well, the one that we know today.
Yeah, that process has gotten me in a lot of trouble over the years.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have engaged in the process as much as you did.
Yeah, what can I tell you? The ladies love me.
But Blavatsky and her followers weren't the only people who wrote about the Lemurians. A few years later, British writer James Churchward started writing about the sunken continent of Mu. At first, Mu was thought to be the inspiration for Plato's story of Atlantis, but Churchward connected it to Lemuria, and now many consider these lost continents one and the same. James Churchward's work is based on the translations of ancient Indian tablets. These texts are included in a series of books called The Children of Mu. The tablets describe an ancient civilization of 60 million people that was eventually destroyed. According to Churchward and others like archaeologist Augustus Le Plongeon, the sunken continent of Mu once stretched from Hawaii in the north to Easter Island in the east and almost reached Japan in the west. The Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan is believed to be the underwater ruins of this lost civilization. Nan Madol in Micronesia is considered the southern part of Mu. The site contains structures made of large volcanic rock logs. It's unknown who built them or how, but the society was advanced. Recent LiDAR imaging revealed an artificial irrigation system that provided fresh water to residents throughout the area. They even had a sewer system years before the ancient Greeks or other advanced civilizations. Easter Island marks the eastern point of Mu. Take a look at Easter Island. It's a small island in the middle of nowhere, yet it was once home to 12,000 people. How did they get there? Mainstream science says they traveled thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean in canoes. But if the continent of Mu existed, they could have just walked there. This could also explain the similarities between Polynesian languages and Greek, as well as the worship of a sun god named Ra on Easter Island, which is similar to the Egyptian sun god Ra. These similarities of language and religion suggest that these cultures either intermingled or originated from a common source. James Churchward, Le Plongeon, Helena Blavatsky, they all describe Lemuria and Mu differently. But there's one thing they all agree on. It was destroyed in a terrible cataclysm. Chan Thomas, in his book, The Adam and Eve Story, presents compelling evidence that global disasters occur in a cycle. Lemuria might have been destroyed during one of these events. According to James Bramwell and William Scott Elliott, supporters of this theory, Lemuria was destroyed 11,500 years ago in a global disaster. And evidence of a global cataclysm can be found all over the earth, from the pyramids of Giza, across Africa, and even on Easter Island. Now, of course, I'm referring to the Great Flood mentioned in the myths of every culture on Earth. The flood that occurred during a period of history called the Younger Dryas. As the last ice age drew to a close, the massive ice sheets that had covered much of the northern hemisphere began to rapidly melt away. Great torrents of fresh water poured into the oceans, causing sea levels to rise dramatically across the globe.
Hey, maybe instead of the Younger Dryas, it should be called the Younger Wetass. What?
Coastal areas were transformed by the flood as shorelines expanded inland by hundreds of miles. Entire land masses were submerged beneath the rising seas. The lives of every human on Earth were disrupted by the Great Flood. Entire cultures that had been tied to the old shorelines were shattered and scattered. But a few resourceful people survived and rebuilt their civilization. But this time they did it in secret and hidden far away from any future global catastrophe. But what caused the ice sheets to melt in the first place? There's disagreement about this. Some think it was the impact of a massive comet or asteroid. Others think it was a solar event so destructive that plasma from the sun stripped away the Earth's magnetic field, exposing the planet to extreme heat and radiation, or a pole shift, which would also create a worldwide disaster. But there is one legend of Lemuria that contains a different explanation, that the Great Flood wasn't caused by an asteroid or the sun. It's said that the Great Flood was caused by people. According to Blavatsky, Lemuria was destroyed by fire. Volcanic eruptions shattered the continent into islands. Slowly, the islands sank into the sea, along with Lemurian history. James Churchward's version of the sinking of Mu is more dramatic and immediate. The civilization was obliterated in a single night of terror. Intense earthquakes shook the land. Volcanic eruptions spewed fire and ash. Relentless tsunamis engulfed the entire continent. It was a catastrophic event. In one night, everything was gone. There are even speculations that the Lemurians were eradicated by a pole shift, a sudden and civilization-ending event. Churchward's depiction resembles this cataclysmic shift. Volcanoes erupting around the world simultaneously, massive waves flooding everything, an entire civilization wiped away in an afternoon. Others propose something even more chilling. The destruction of Lemuria was not natural at all. They believe it was intentional. There is a 10,000-year-old story which appears in books like the Chronicles of Akakor, which says the lost continents of Lemuria and Atlantis sank due to a nuclear war caused by the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are deities of the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians. And some consider the Anunnaki an alien race who created humans through DNA manipulation, then used humans as slaves.
Facts.
A full Anunnaki episode is coming up.
Oh, how you tease.
The Chronicles of Akakor tells the story of two hostile divine races.
You gotta kind of giggle every time you dig what I'm talking about. When we get back to a certain point, everything lead to Anu Hasaj. You dig what I'm talking about? It's crazy. You know, they can't get past this 6,000 years worth of recorded history. They don't know anything. So in the end of the day, they always blame it on who? The Anunnaki.
Races that eventually went to war.
The four corners of the earth were red. The two races of gods started to dispute.
In J.J. Benitez's book, The Visitors, he recounts the alien abduction of a scientist, Daniel W. Fry, on July 4th, 1959. While Fry was on the alien vessel, they told him that they were the descendants of a race who lived on the land of Mu. They said there was another advanced civilization on Earth that we call the Atlanteans. Edgar Cayce also received telepathic messages about Atlantis. He described their culture and their technology.
In our great city, we harnessed the Firestone's energy through advanced mechanics. Our domed power station concentrated the stone's rays via prisms. This energy propelled our crafts through induction, similar to your remote radio control. Though invisible, the rays powered vehicles through the air on land and sea. Carefully aligned, the stone's forces regenerated human bodies and fueled industries.
Cayce also predicted that Atlantis would eventually be discovered.
The position as the continent Atlantis occupied is that as between the Gulf of Mexico on the one hand and the Mediterranean upon the other. Evidences of this lost civilization are to be found in the Pyrenees and Morocco on the one hand, British Honduras, Yucatan, and America upon the other, the British West Indies or the Bahamas, and a portion of same that may be seen in the present, if the geological survey would be made in some of these, especially or notably in Bimini and in the Gulf Stream through this vicinity. These may be even yet determined.
Now keep in mind that it was 1939 when Edgar Cayce predicted that Atlanta would be discovered in Bimini in the Bahamas. The Bimini Road wasn't discovered until 1968. According to Cayce and others, Atlanteans lived peacefully on Earth for over 200,000 years. But then the Anunnaki started to influence and corrupt the leaders of Atlantis. The corrupted Atlanteans, known as the Sons of Belial, initiated a conflict with Lemuria. About 25,000 years ago, Atlantis and Lemuria disagreed on how to rule the Earth. Atlantis wanted to dominate all tribes and civilizations worldwide. But the Lemurians wanted the Earth's civilizations to develop on their own, so they ordered Atlantis to leave them alone. Atlantis refused. Lemuria insisted. Atlantis chose war. The beginning of the war was the year 10,468 BC. In his writing, Plato mentions 9,500 BC as the year that Atlantis was destroyed. An ancient historian named Hemus reports a terrible catastrophe that occurred in 11,000 BC. But how were these civilizations destroyed? Well, the Atlanteans had extremely advanced technology and weapons.
Their technologies and weapons were beyond what we know today. Flying crafts powered by fire crystals traversed the skies. Great energy beams harvested from the earth itself fueled weapons that could level mountains.
Lemuria was not as well armed and could not avoid war.
They burned the world with solar heat and tried to draw energy from each other. Rivers have been changed, and the height of the mountains and the strength of the sun have changed. There have been continents that have been flooded.
In the end, more than 60 million Lemurians died. The survivors took refuge in Agartha and later attacked Atlantis. The Earth became unstable as a result of nuclear explosions, and because of that, the Earth's axis changed and the poles shifted. All that remained of Atlantis are ancient structures like Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids. The civilization of Atlantis did not survive the conflict, but about 10,000 Lemurians did survive, and they rebuilt their civilization. But this time they did it in secret. And that civilization exists today, thriving, under a mountain in California. Mount Shasta in Northern California has become synonymous with the unknown. Many who venture close to the mountain report strange events, glowing orbs, unexplained voices, and a tangible sense of another presence. Mount Shasta is also considered a vortex, a place where the boundary between dimensions is thin. Native American tribes speak of its sacred power, a spot where the spirit world is accessible. Then there are the geological mysteries. Why does Shasta have such a complex structure and so many different kinds of rock? Why do some plants grow there that are found nowhere else? Where did those plants come from? Well, legend has it that some Lemurians survived the cataclysm. The survivors traveled to North America and brought with them plants and animals and technology. They then built a city underneath Mount Shasta. They called this city Telos, the city of light, and eyewitnesses have described the city in detail.
As you approach the hidden entrance to Telos, an energy pulsates through the ground. There is a deep humming sound and a vibration that you can feel all over your body.
Once inside, you are enveloped by a soft light that emanates from the walls of the city. Telos is carved into 5 expansive levels, each one a labyrinth of corridors, chambers, and gardens.
The inhabitants of Telos are 7 feet tall and draped in flowing white robes. Despite their large size, they move slowly and gracefully. They are the Lemurians, the guardians of their ancient, lost civilization. Their technology is integrated with their natural surroundings, just as it did in Lemuria before the fall.
In Telos, they use crystal technology, large crystal.
Y'all want to hear something amazing? The Indians of Mount Shasta, who are dark black people, and by the way, many of them are little people, being roughly under 5'3" and under, 5 foot and under, many of them. They have the oldest festival known in the Americas. Guess what it's called? I can't make this up. It is called the Adoration of Gautama Festival, where this is what they're celebrating, where they're celebrating being able to come to Mount Shasta, which saved a people after a great flood on a continent in the Pacific, where they continent sunk. And the name of the place that they landed in America and what the name they called it is Gautama. Ain't nobody could have known that. Nobody. Just letting y'all know, man. There's connections out here everywhere. Check out the Mount Shasta Indians. If you've seen my build on little people, I brought them out.
Line structures serve various functions. They have healing chambers that resonate with frequencies that restore the body and the soul. They have crystal communication devices that allow mental connection.
Crazy part is, this is what Owaspi says that the pyramids do. They're literally schools where vortexian energy is broadcasted down through the chambers in a big enough area to keep a man's body in suspended animation to where he can go into the trance state for days on end without eating and his body won't decay. Right? So he could be taken to the lower heavens and, schooled on certain things, taught certain things and whatnot. You know what I mean? But his body would be in the temples, in the dark places, being swathed in vortexian energy. They're going to find out that a lot of this energy is vortexian, or what they call org. It's everywhere, and it's drawn up through the ground first, right? Up through the ground. And then there's 3 lines of light. One goes through, bounces up and goes through the king's chamber. back down through the Queen's Chamber and out up through the top. Now, each level of the three versions of light do a different thing, right? They do a different thing. So when you go into the King's Chamber, you're practicing one order. If you go into the Queen's Chamber, you're practicing another. You dig what I'm saying? There is also at the base of the pyramid a area where water flowed, right? And this was to increase the piezoelectric energy or the geoelectric energy in the pyramid. This is what they call these large boxes in the bottom of the pyramids, and these they call them sarcophaguses. Mind you, they're larger than 4 men. You know what I mean? You could put 4 or 5 mummies in one of these sarcophaguses, and they're too big to actually have been put there. So it seems that they were carved right where they are. What you're gonna end up finding out is these are cells, like battery cells, and they did the same. They had the same function as a lingam, right? It dispersed energy taken from falling water. But the energy, that a lot of people think that it was drawn out from the, from the pyramids. It was drawn in, from the tip of the pyramids, and then it went down and into the King's Chamber. Actually, it's the opposite. It comes from the earth up through the Queen's Chamber. You dig what I'm talking about? Down again and up through the King's Chamber. So that's 3 lines of light. And depending on what you're attempting to accomplish is where you are in the pyramid, and is the basically alchemy, you dig what I'm talking about, or spiritual advancement you're trying to gain, or physical. You know what I mean? But I thought that was interesting. So
across the entire planet.
Transportation within the city is achieved through levitating platforms that glide along magnetic lines, guided by thought alone.
At the center of Telos is the Temple of the Heart. Here, a large crystal pulses with a heartbeat, a rhythm synchronized with the natural resonance of the earth.
Residents of Mount Shasta claim to have seen tall beings wearing white robes walking at the...
Also, remember the father of Icarus. His name is Daedalus, right? In the Grecian tales, his name is Daedalus, the father of Icarus, the kid who flew too high to the sun. He created an automaton, like a robot. You know what I mean? A self-run robot called Talos. And funny, this underground city that they claim is in Mount Shasta is also called Talos.
Foot of the mountain. Hikers have even followed the beings into caves. But when the hikers finally get inside the cave, it's empty. Though some say you can still hear and feel the humming vibration. One eyewitness actually made the news in the early 20th century. In 1904, J.C. Brown, a British prospector, was hired by a mining company to search for gold deposits in Northern California. While investigating around Mount Shasta, he noticed an odd-looking piece of rock that didn't match the surrounding area. As he began clearing the debris and vegetation surrounding the rock, he found an entrance to a cavern system that led deep into Mount Shasta. Brown walked about 3 miles into the interior of the mountain through an array of crisscrossing tunnel systems when he began stumbling across pieces of gold. After the 11th mile, he reached a location that resembled a village. Inside the village, he came across chambers filled with gold and copper tablets. He found statues and spears and weapons, and he found skeletons. The average heights of these skeletons were around 6 foot 6 inches tall, and the tallest being 10 feet in height. Over the next few days, he took pages and pages of notes. He memorized everything that he could, and when he left, he covered the entrance so that no one else would find it. And Brown spent the next 30 years researching and trying to build a group of experts to embark on an expedition. He finally gained a following of about 80 people willing to join the expedition, including a museum curator and several scientists. He spent 6 weeks planning out the entire trip, and several individuals sold off their properties, believing that they would soon become rich. Brown was worried someone would sneak into the city in advance, so he withheld a lot of the specifics regarding the location of the cavern system. He met with the team one last time to make final preparations and establish the time and place of departure, June 19th at 1 p.m. The day finally arrived, and J.C. Brown didn't show, and he was never heard from again. But the story of Lemuria is not only told in the West. The Tamil people indigenous to South India have a story of a lost continent that dates back to ancient times. The name Kumari Kandam was applied to this sunken land. The legend tells of an early Tamil dynasty known as the Pandyan kings. They ruled over the now submerged Kumari Kandam continent before it was swallowed by the rising seas at the end of the last ice age.
Younger wet ass.
Dryas.
Whatever.
According to the stories,
They think it's the Younger Dryas, but it's actually 12,000 years before that, right? During the Laurentine glacial maximum, roughly 25,000 years ago. Let's roll.
Kumari Kandam was once located in the Indian Ocean between India and Madagascar. This large continent was the cradle of civilization, home to the first people. The Pandyan kings ruled the entire continent from their capital city before successive floods submerged Kumari Kandam around 10,000 years ago. Is this just a Tamil legend, or is this actual history? Well, floods at the end of the last ice age, we have proof of that. But a lost continent in the Indian Ocean between Madagascar and India? That's so specific. There's no way there's proof of that, is there?
Is there? Is there?
There is. Imagine an ancient tropical land. Lush jungles stretch as far as the eye can see. Dinosaurs graze on treetops high above the forest floor, while early mammals stalk the dark ground below. This was Mauritia, a lost world forgotten beneath the waves. In 2013, scientists announced that they may have found traces of this vanished continent deep under the Indian Ocean. It had sunk below the sea millions of years ago when the continents were still joined as one supercontinent. Back then, South America and Africa hadn't split apart. India was attached to Madagascar, and Mauritia was squeezed in between. Mauritia was discovered by accident. Geologists studying rocks on the island of Mauritius, east of Madagascar, were confused. They found minerals too ancient to belong to such a young volcanic island. As they followed the clues, they found traces of a much older landmass. A huge mass of buried continental crust stretched across the Indian Ocean, a lost continent matching ancient minerals. The researchers named it Mauritia after the island that led to its discovery. But the location of Mauritia is exactly where some legends say Lemuria was. The details of the continent are still a mystery, with more questions than answers. Was it really an intact continent, or just a jumbled mass of islands? And what creatures might have lived on this island? And could some of those creatures have been the very early ancestors of the Lemurians? There is no hard evidence to support the existence of Lemuria or Atlantis. Everything we know about these civilizations comes from stories, and many of those stories come from unreliable sources like Madame Blavatsky, James Churchward, and Edgar Cayce. Daniel Fry, who claimed to have been abducted by aliens, probably wasn't. He failed a polygraph. He kept changing his story, and he lied about his scientific credentials. He also got caught hoaxing UFO photographs. So without evidence, places like Lemuria, the Land of Mu, and Atlantis remain nothing but myths. But the accidental discovery of Mauritia shows that some ancient legends may be based in truth. The discovery of the continent of Mauritia happened completely by accident. Bimini Road was discovered by accident. So was the Yanaguni Monument. The city of Dwarka is described in ancient Indian texts as a magnificent city that was a symbol of prosperity. It was described as an advanced, well-planned city with beautiful gardens and temples and palaces. But according to Hindu legend, thousands of years ago, the seas began to rise, and eventually Dwarka disappeared into the ocean and was lost forever. And for 1,000 years, the story of the city of Dwarka was thought to be symbolic. But in the 1980s, the ancient city was found and is estimated to be around 10,000 years old, maybe older. In 2001, an underwater discovery was made off the coast of Cuba. Structures were found that at first were thought to be natural formations, but a submersible robot was sent to the site and found what's been described as an entire city. And what makes this find so extraordinary is that it's about 2,000 feet down. Scientists have said it could take 50,000 years for a city to sink that far. Now, even if it's not that old, there are blocks down there that are thought to be at least 6,000 years old, but nobody can say for sure. All of these discoveries were made by accident, and as long as people keep exploring the sea, there's a chance that Atlantis and Lemuria might eventually be found. And if we actually excavate the sites off India and Japan in the east, and Cuba and the Bahamas in the west, we may realize that Atlantis and Lemuria have already been found. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. That's Hacklefish.
Hey, what's buzzing, sexy cousin?
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do Hacklefish a favor. Like, comment, subscribe, share. I know it's annoying to hear.
Let's go pay some of these bills real quick. Be right back.
Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cow.
That's right. It's your hostess with the mostest, burning like toast is Cosmon Cal, man. Right back at it with another Jehovah Chronicles. This is number 125, Pan in the Atlantis Lemuria Mythos, part 2. And I ain't going to hold you up. We're going to get right into this. Again, from the study of Owaspy, we see here, and we're going to show you many of the myths told about Atlantis being sunk in, Lemuria, aka Mu. All of these myths or stories are allegorical for true events that happened roughly 24,000 years before the Cosmon era, or 22,553 BC. Exactly. Right? So when delving into the place where the first humans to ever speak arose, the first pyramidal structures, the first everything, you know what I mean? And this is why you get your comparisons to the Garden of Eden and all these places, because this is the place where the very first talking, speaking men step onto the scene some 73,000 years ago in the middle of the Pacific. But let's get to it real quick. This is geological evidence. Let me see, make sure I can be heard. Okay. This is geological evidence, right, of a submerged continent within the Pacific. Right? They're always talking about the Atlantic, but it's actually in the Pacific. Right? We're going to get into some of these points here. Ancient sea level drops. The Mississippi and the Amazon basins of America are drained. Right? Also during this time, marine fossils of similar and associated species found around the globe, including the deserts of Africa and Australia. We're going to get into proving some of this history, right? And going to get into the major ocean currents change, global climatic changes, and the significant extinction of animal and plant species. Also, the submergence of the great continent also causes the Rift Valley and the uplift of lands, like the Rift Valley in Africa. Also, the Pacific Ring of Fire. How long we've been telling you that? The Pacific Ring of Fire and the volcanic activity and myriads of Pacific islands, which were once the mountaintops of pond-like Hawaii. These are just some of the changes to the geophysical condition of the Earth when the continent of Pond was submerged in what became the Pacific Ocean. See? Now I want to show y'all this. Look at this. This is this map over here to the left. All right, let's get a good look at it. I'll go back up a little bit. Let's get a good look at it. Notice we got Pond over here with this triangular almost shape. All right, almost triangular. Notice right here, right in Middle America, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama area is underwater. All through New Mexico, all the way up to Colorado, all through Colorado, all the way up to Death Valley, damn near to Canada. Right? We have an inland sea right here. Check these little islands out right here. This is interesting too. We're going to talk about this. See this great indent of water? Now, mind you, this 25,000 years ago, y'all, this is what Owaspy is saying the Earth generally looked like. See this great swath of land is underwater right at the top of South America, right? The land looks much different. Look, the island of Great Britain, right, touches Europe. Interesting. Also, look, no Italy. No Italy yet. Look at the massive gap between Spain and Africa, right? And notice Africa. All Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, all the way down here to Ethiopia, Chad, all the way to all the way damn near to the west coast of Africa is underwater. There is an inland sea. We're gonna go show and prove the geological and archaeological evidence that Owaspy is 100% correct, right? And this is what's commonly known as the Green Sahara time, right? Notice they got a separation between Arabia and Africa. You can see Pond up here still touches in the north. You know what I mean? And that is the pre-flood map. Now look at Canada too. 4 islands up here, and these little fingers sticking out. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot of land in Canada. Now watch this. Hold on. Let's go down and read what it say. Pan is shown in the Owaspie pre-flood map of the world around 25,000 years ago. The sea levels around major continents. Look, America. Look at America. Around America. South America. Africa. Right? The water are noticeably higher than where on the post-flood map. This is after. Right? And this is what the world looks like during the 22nd arc cycle after the creation of man, or roughly 15,000 years after this time. Right? Let's just say this 25,000. Right? This circa 9,000 years ago, or 7,000 BC. So roughly 18 to 15,000 years in between these two snapshots. See, Australia, now look at it. Many of the islands that are around it that are around it today, not before. The water was higher 25,000 years ago. Now look. Now this is circa during the time of Noah, 22,553 BC, let's just say, right? This is during the 22nd arc cycle of the creation of man, or from 7,053 BC to 3953 BC, or 9,000 years ago. Now look at North America. Look at way up here at Canada. See, we had these little. Hold on, let me go back up. Right. See these little inland floating water. What we're gonna end up finding is there is a after this time 25,000 years ago, the Earth goes into the Laurentine glacial maximum, and while after the water floods, melt, or the ice melts, water floods through this whole place from this way, coming basically north to south down into the Gulf, and also flowing from way up here in Canada under the ice sheets down into the Caribbean also, right? For a while in between these two times, right? This is after Younger Dryas. This is before Younger Dryas, right? So we can see the change in the gain of land right here. Look, boom, boom. No more sea here in America. Also, right here in South America, see this big old chunk of water right here? Right? There should be right here, right now, today, right? If we go look there today, there should no way be whales and ancient sea creatures. There's if what Owaspie is saying is fake, we shouldn't find no evidence of this place in South America ever being underwater, especially still with fossils and extinct animals right into the dirt, and then it's silty like the seafloor. You see what I'm saying? So go down. Let's go down here. Now these are sea levels shown on Owaspi's post-flood map of the world, right? Post-flood map of the world with the names given at the time of Fragapati around what, 9,000 years ago, or 3 arc cycles, 3753 BC to 3953 BC, right? Let's go get into some of this information. Now, when the huge landmass of the continent of Pan was forced to the bottom of the ocean, it caused a change to the face of the globe, not only by the creation of the largest ocean on the planet, which is the Pacific, but the displacement of water caused the sea levels around the globe to fall drastically. Why? Because it displaced waves as high as 30,000 feet for as far as 11,000 and a half miles in both directions, literally swamping Asia and India and also swamping the Americas, right? Now, and all that water and then it rushing back to fill the hole, which is now the Pacific floor, you know what I mean? Sea levels would naturally drop everywhere around the world, just trying to fill the largest body of water on the planet. You see? It seems also that the uplifting of the lands in response to the gigantic pressure against the crust and mantle of the planet was also a contributory cause to a shift in sea levels in many areas. Facts. In this regard, consider the analogy of a balloon. Now, think of a balloon, right? Hold it in your hand, right? You got a balloon in your hand now. If great inward pressure or vortex was exerted on one side, so you take your finger and you point one side of the balloon, you press into it, right? Such the other side of the balloon or the rest of the balloon, right, that you're not pressing on would expand. That's the same thing that happened to the earth. And this is why they always make the claim that America is the first waters out of the land. First lands out of the water, because it was. Right? But this is not when they claim it happened 50 million years ago. No, this happened 25,000 years ago. So if we're using their radiometric dating, you would take the known 25,000, apply it to the 50,000 and divide. That comes out to 2,000. So every roughly 2,000 Earth years is 25,000 radiocarbon dated years, or 25,000 carbon dated years, radiocarbon 12, radiocarbon 14, all that stuff. The numbers are off, right? Because they skew them, because they must fit their evolutionary time pattern that they pushing on everybody. Many of these great earth and geological things don't take millions of years, they happen instantly. So just like if you press the balloon in on one side, the other one gonna blow, same thing happen when you smash the a continent the size of 4 Africas and push it up under the water, right? Other places rise up. Now, and this is how the Rockies were made. People can't explain, because they always say the Rockies are in the wrong place. I'll get into that in the mountain making. This is one of my things that I love, because a lot of people don't know that the Rockies, the Sierra Madres, and the Andes all raised up over 6,000 feet in the same year, all at the same time. All at the same time, roughly 25,000 years ago. Right? They know that everywhere a continent touches another continent, subduction happens, and a mountain range is created. Well, there is no continental, to smash into. There is no continent in the West Coast to smash into, and then it's miles and miles inland where it shouldn't be. But until you understand liquefaction and then understand that a thing was smashed, what they don't understand is part of the land was carved from America and literally pushed up under the waves, so it jacked the end of the coast up. When they think it's subducting, when actually it was carved from the western coast and then pushed down to the floor, right, with that type of force. So it would have literally cracked everything that it touched and crumpled it like a car wreck. And this is how you see the Rocky Mountains being made so far inland with no other continental pressure being applied against it, right? Once they understand that, this is not about subduction, right? This is about downward force. You know what I mean? And pushing a continent above the water, under the water, and literally lifting the land up that was around it. Hence, this is how you get a mountain chain where none should be. See, such tremendous downward, look. Such tremendous downward, inward pressures that came to bear upon the crust of the earth, which was the continent of Pan, affected far distant regions around the globe. This ballooning pressure, which would have created and exacerbated thin and broken areas of the earth's crust. And I want to show y'all this. I wasn't going to get into this, but I guess I got to bring it up because I want to show y'all that our whole West Coast, right? Our whole western coast of of America is cracked like an egg. Watch this. Google Earth. Watch this. Let's bring up this Google Earth. 1 second. Let's bring up this Google Earth. Let me show y'all the western coast of America. Watch this. Watch this. The whole West Coast got whacked. Not only can you see the rivers, the cracks flowing in, look down here. Literally cracked and shredded. Hold on, watch this. Let's go up here. Look. Cracked and shredded. Watch this. Cracked. Shredded. And then look. Many of these look like underwater rivers and valleys. What the heck is this? What is that? That's just natural? They do that? All right. But look at how the western coast is literally shredded, popped, like somebody cracked it with a like an egg. Hold on, I want to see if I can back up out of this a little bit. So I can come down a little bit. You see, and this drops thousands of feet right here. Boom, this goes straight down to the bottom. The whole continent got cracked. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can do it without the lines. I don't know if I can do it without the lines. All right. Let's get back to it. This ballooning pressure would have created and exacerbated thin and broken areas of the Earth crust. Such stresses would have resulted in rifts and uplifts in both land and undersea areas. Consequent changes to the face of the globe can be seen in the differences in the shape of the land masses when comparing the pre-flood and post-flood maps in Owaspy. The post-flood map is close to present day appearance of the globe. Although both maps are roughly scaled hand-drawn sketches, there is clear evidence of at least 4 distinct areas, and this is what we're going to show today, where the land, right, now part of the continents of Africa. Remember, they had that they had the water in the Sahara Desert. They had in northern Australia. Remember, we showed the northern Australia underwater, right? In North America, Middle America, under a massive sea, and the top of South America, right? We showed that with the map. All underwater prior to the flood, so 25,000 years ago, right? You know, we see in Africa, we see the rift plates, the Arabian, right? And we see showing the East African rift, which continues up through Jordan as far as Syria, right? Let me go back up a little bit, show this, right here, and these rifts, right? And comparing a modern day bathymetric map of Owaspy's pre-flood map, once the undersea areas are now lowland areas above sea level. See? Right here. They're all above sea level. All that above sea level now. Lowlands, right? Look at the lowlands here. The lowlands. Look, lowlands all the way through here. Lowlands all the way through here to the west coast. Look, this is the driest, hottest part of Queensland or Australia, which is Queensland, the northern part. All this in a WASP pre-flood map was underwater also. Interesting. Just showing it geologically what took place upon the earth. So if they ever try to say you capping, just understand that we got more information than you do. You know what I mean? So here goes some of the areas of note, right? Northern Africa. Remember we showed it on Northern Africa. They had a sea in Northern Africa. This has already been proven historically, geologically, archaeologically, paleontologically, and there is no debating that there was, first of all, the Sahara was green, but not only that, but there was a massive sea in the Sahara Desert. This is beyond debate. It can't be debated. Either you know this is real or you don't, right? But let's get to these places on this map, right? Very interesting places. Northern Africa and the Mediterranean, right? Egypt and a large portion of the Sahara stretching west all the way to Mauritania and Mali, where there are many marine fossils howl in the desert, as well as what? Coastal areas around the continents of Africa, the Great Rift Valley, which is still tearing apart today, that runs from Syria down to Mozambique, right? Areas around the Dead Sea and Caspian Sea and the Mediterranean coast. They've been finding marine animals in places they shouldn't be, right? Oh, my bad. How about Australia? Go back up a little bit. About Australia, the Great Sandy Desert, Canning Basin, and Kimberley regions in what? Northwestern Australia, right where the water was. Arnhem Land and Kakadu in Northern Territory in the southwest and great southern regions of Western Australia. In North America, right? From Texas to Mississippi and the Louisiana Basin and the East Coast, right? We're going to look at these areas. Also South America, a large section of the lowlands of the Amazon Shield and the eastern side of the continent, exposing what is now Brazil and Argentina, including the Falkland Islands on the west coast, and on the west coast, an arc of the coastline of Peru. Let's go. Hold on. In Europe, we're going to look at the British Isles as separated from each other and from the greater landmass of Europe, the Netherlands and parts of the Scandinavia and Germany also appear in the pre-flood map underwater, right? The post-flood map shows Great Britain as connected to Europe and the lowlands of Netherlands and Germany being above land. This European minor variation of the post-flood map to modern-day maps may be an indicator that the post-flood maps belong to an earlier period when the sea levels were somewhat lower than at present, around 9,000 years ago. Look it up, right? Yeah, they'll tell you sea was much lower then. Why? because much of the water was being moved. The land rose up out of the water, displacing water for years. All the above mentioned areas, right? All the above mentioned areas yield fossil evidence of being under the sea in relatively recent geological history. Various marine fossils, such as extinct sharks and sea mammals, which favored warm, shallow waters. What was across North Africa? A shallow sea. What was in the middle of North America? A shallow sea. So ain't no way we should be seeing extinct whales, extinct sharks in America, right? If there wasn't a warm water, shallow sea here. But we're going to show that science has already proven this. Science only proves what Owaspis say. Various marine fossils, such as extinct sharks and sea mammals, which favored warm, shallow waters, including what? The Basilosaurus and the Squalodon, which are extinct whales of the late Eocene and early Oligocene periods, which have been found in Africa. Listen, in the Sahara, they found ancient Squalodon and Basilosaurus, ancient whales, right? Super predators. Whales, they say some of these was just coming off the land. I don't believe that, but this is what they say, because they have these large, four large fins that they think were at one time feet. They never were. The late Eocene, right, and Oligocene periods have been found in what? Africa and North America and Australia. How? If a WASP map is just made up and it don't do nothing, how are we finding these things there right where they should be? And mind you, Owaspis is written in 1882 when none of this stuff was known. None of it. Such fossils being found in Africa, North America, and Australia. The same whales. Ancient boys, extinct ones, were found in North America, Africa, and Australia. Such fossils being found far from any coast. Wasn't no coast, nowhere near there. They was found in deserts, on mountaintops. How was they getting there? Such fossils being found far from any coast and in great numbers and good condition, because many of these places are deserts now. Whole skeletons, right? They find in whole skeletons. So don't let nobody tell you that this stuff, these bones and stuff that they finding is fake. No, they ain't got time to make this shit up. It is what it is. It's there, right? Where there ain't no water, there ain't no life. And yet, we see that ain't no water there. And now we find an extinct Basilosauruses. Right? Right. So they done found whole skeletons of these sea animals, even with stomach contents having been preserved in some cases. This supports evidence in the geological record of a sudden cataclysmic drop in global sea levels when some species of the marine fish and sea mammals became extinct. The climate change of the late Eocene and Oligocene periods was most likely due to great changes in ocean currents, following the loss of a great tropical global landmass such as the continent of Pan, which occurred 25,000 years ago. Such significant redistribution of land and sea caused by the submergence of this great landmass led to a general cooling. Didn't I tell you we went into the Laurentine glacial maximum exactly 22,553 BC? How do I know? Huh? And we ain't talking about Younger Dryas with no comment. We talking about etheric space being dumped onto the planet, multiplied 10,000 times by 250,000 ships till we get 37 billion pounds per square inches in over 50 million square miles. That is the force it takes to crack a continent, carve it up, and then push it beneath the waves. 37 billion pounds per square inch. You would have to take every nuke in the world and times that by 1,000, and then times that by 1,000, and you still wouldn't be nowhere near the force it would take to crack a continent. Right? But because etheric space, or what we call dark matter, which is space, which is cold, it's freezing cold, right? Was dumped onto the planet. We instantly, that day, it didn't even take a day. We instantly went into the Laurentine glacial maximum. Exactly 24,000 years ago. I ain't guessing. Right? The submergence of this great land led to a general cooling, particularly in the areas more distant from the equator. Facts. Scientists have attempted to explain such events in the geological record of these significant sea, land, and climate changes with tectonic and continental drift theories. Notice they're theories. But these hypotheses speculate that continents gradually float around the globe during ludicrously long periods of time, unnecessarily classifying geological periods as millions of years long and tens of millions of years in the past when they are not. Huh? Many of these geological periods, like let's just say the Cambrian explosion was only 24,000 years. That's it. It wasn't even millions of years ago. I'm gonna just blow y'all cap. None of this happened before 100,000 years ago. None of it. There were no animals on the planet 100,000 years ago. No. There was a microbial type life that ate the crushing gases in our atmosphere, right? But even it wasn't enough. How do you clear the air? The triumph of air unto the world is called the Cambrian. And with the Cambrian, right, comes an explosion of life that they can't explain because they don't understand Simu, right? So like I said, I got to get into this, but to explain Simu, best way I could explain it to you is take the multi-regional theory with humans and animals, and then combine that with panspermia theory. You dig what I'm talking about? And then put a vortex on it, spin it, right? And bring me the building and basics blocks of all DNA wrapped with heat, corporeal substance, and the entity of what we call life mixed with oxygen. And that creates everything. These times are called seasons, right? And in the spring season, or the time of creation on the planet, for things to pop on to the planet, first oxygen must come, right? The triumph of oxygen, they tell you, is 450 million years ago, right? You take that and divide it, right? Remember that 50 million only equals to 25,000, right? So 100 million years is 50,000 years, right? 150,000 years is 75,000 years ago. Man still already on the planet. You give me another. This is 100,000 years on the planet, 250 million carbon dated years divided by 2,000 gives us every 25,000 years, 2,000 Earth years, right? So this is how you can get back to these great distances, and what you're going to figure and find out that none of them predate 150,000 years ago, right? In actuality. But they'll tell you 300 million, 400 million. But the triumph of oxygen onto the planet happened exactly 96,000 BC. I'm not guessing. So if the Cambrian is 96,000, well then, why are you telling me it's 430 million years in the past when it only happened 96,000 years ago? And from 96,000 to 72,000 years, or the time of Hak, or the time of creation, right? Is the Cambrian explosion, and in that, during the last 6,000 years, right? Or from 78,000 to 72,000, man was created. 72,000 upright thinking man was created. And from that time, they start counting. See what I'm saying? This is how you tell. But let's get back into this pond and the Atlantis Lemurian connection, right? Because these hypotheses speculate that continents gradually float around the globe during ludicrously long periods of time, unnecessarily classifying geological periods as millions of years long and tens of millions of years in the past. Similar to the fictions of evolution theory. Look. Similar to the fictions of evolution theory, such hypotheses depend on the supposition that unexplained changes occur over tens and hundreds of millions of years. No doubt, attributing great time periods to unexplained phenomena seems to be a popular move among modern scientists to attract credibility to such self-made and by chance and mistake theories that deny the existence of an omnipotent creator, right? Notwithstanding the ridiculously extended ages allocated by conventional scientists, right? These 500 million years ago, nothing existing then. You can't prove nothing existed 540 million years ago, 430 million years, 300 million years ago. You can't prove that. We know the triumph of oxygen coming to the Cambrian, but we also know that it's 96,000 BC. Huh? That's only roughly 200,000 years. Even if you do the math, right? Now, the fact remains that a number of geological events converged around particular adjacent periods, supporting the fact that one significant event set the conditions for the otherwise inexplicable associated geological changes. It is with this caveat, right? This little nugget of truth, that unrealistic periods of time estimated by conventional science, as well as unsubstantiated hypotheses that, hold on, let me go back and read that unrealistic periods of time estimated by conventional science, as well as unsubstantiated hypotheses of causes have been included. This is where you get all these great times, because they trying to hold up evolution, right? Which we already know is fake. That the following relevant information of the Earth's geologic record is presented. And right, watch this. Let's get to the Americas, because a lot of people don't know that even this happened. Did y'all know? If y'all knew this, oh shit. Hold on. Y'all can't even see. I wasn't even looking at what I was looking at. Right? But don't worry about it. You ain't missed nothing. You ain't missed nothing. Let me share this with you. Let me share this tab. Right? We're going to get into the draining of the Mississippi and the Amazon basins of America. How many of y'all knew? Be real. If this is the very first time you are ever hearing that the Mississippi and the Amazon basin were drained of water, if this is the first time you ever hearing about this, hit your cousin with a 1 in the chat. If you knew that the Mississippi River had been drained, right? Don't put nothing in the chat. Hit me with a 2. If you knew that, hit me with a 2. If you knew the Mississippi and the Amazon River had been drained, hit me with a 2 in the chat. But if you didn't know, hit me with a 1 in the chat. Right? If you did know, hit me with a 2. If you didn't know, hit me with a 1. Shout out to everybody in the house, man. You know we gonna get it. We gonna get it in, man. Shoot my little 1s and 2s out here. But let's get into the draining of the Mississippi and Amazon basins in America, because niggas be acting like they know this stuff, but I don't see nobody bringing it out. I don't see nobody but the faith is bringing this out. And we proven Pond, a great sunken continent in the middle of the Pacific, right? A great part of the Amazon basin was once a Gulf of the Atlantic Ocean. Let's go prove it. The lower Amazon seems to have once been a Gulf of the Atlantic Ocean, the water of which washed the cliffs near Abydos, right? From the village of Canaria at the Great Bend of the Amazon to the Rio Negro, which is 600 miles away downstream. Only, right? Remember in that northern region, right, of South America in the Amazon basin, right? Did y'all know that was drained? Let's go. Only very low land is found in northern South America, resembling that at the mouth of the river. Vast areas of land in this region are submerged at high water, above which Only the upper parts of the trees of the Sambre forest appear. Near the mouth of the Rio Negro to Serpa, nearly opposite of the river Madeira. The banks of the Amazon are low until approaching Manaus. They rise to become rolling hills. What about whale fossils in the Mississippi Basin and in Australia? The same Basilosaurus, an extinct whale found in Mississippi and in the Mississippi Basin, and also in northern Australia. How? If they weren't covered in water. Let's go. The bones of Basilosaurus cetoides or Owen and other primitive males have been found throughout a belt across where? Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, where exposures to middle and upper Eocene marine strata called the Moody's Branch Formation and the Yazoo clay occur. Let me see if I can just go back up here for a minute and just show the map. Let me see if I can just show the map real quick. All right. Y'all see this area right here? That's the Mississippi Basin, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, just like they explained. Here we go. Let's go. Let's drop down again. Go down, man. We get this out the way. Knock this out, man. Make this short and sweet. Now, the bones of the Basilosaurus and other primitive whales have been found throughout a belt across where? Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, right where we see the water in the pre-flood map, where exposures to middle and upper Eocene marine strata called the Moody's Branch Formation or marl and the Yazoo clay occur. The vertebrates were so common, they were so common within some areas of this belt in North America, right, that local residents used them as andirons for fireplaces. Oh, they was using their bones for fireplaces, using them for irons. And blocks, they was using the bones for blocks to support cabins. The bones and skeletons of Basilosaurus also have been found in Australia, in Egypt, and other marine sediments of Upper Eocene age. This is from Doming, 1969, Johnston, 1991, Thurman, 1981. Now, how many of y'all knew this? Huh? How many of y'all knew this? That marine fossils from Texas, Arkansas, Florida, indicate a large area of the southern United States stretching up the center of the continent was underwater in the near ancient past. Now, this is right after the time of Younger Dryas. This is 12,000 years ago. Did y'all know that we had a whole sea called the Western Interior Seaway that ran all the way up here from Alaska, from the northern Nordic region, and cut through Canada all the way through Middle America and dumped out into the Caribbean? Y'all should watch my debate on Lucia. I'll bring this information out. And this dumping of water coming off the Laurentine glacial maximum, right, is called Meltwater Pulse B1. right? How many of y'all knew we had a Labrador Seaway above Canada? How about the Hudson Seaway? Is this where we get the Hudson River from? Huh? Look how big the sea is. Right? Look how big this sea is. Affecting massive amount of area. Right? Let's look. Let's go further. Ancient sea levels and temperatures drop. Now, when the sea levels and the temperatures dropped around the globe, right? When the sea levels and temperatures dropped around the globe, the Oligocene is a geologic epoch of the Paleogene period and extends from about 33.9 million to 23 million years before the present. Do the math on that, right? 23 million divided by 2,000. That'll give you a more realistic date, right? And you'll come to find out that this is about 12,500 years ago, right? But they telling you this is from 34 to 23 million years ago, but it's really only about 12,000. See how it extrapolates now? Makes more sense. And then guess what's going on at this time, right? Temperatures are dropping on the planet because we in the Younger Dryas. Mind you, the flood we're actually talking about is 12,000 years before Younger Dryas, right? This is why they're always looking for a great cataclysmic impact roughly 12,000 years ago, and they never find one because the impact was 12,000 years before that, and it is now called the Pacific Ocean. Now, as with older geologic periods, the rock beds that define the periods are well identified, but the exact dates of the start and the end of the period are slightly uncertain. The name Oligocene refers to the sparsity of additional modern mammalian species of fauna after a burst of evolution during the Eocene, right? Now, the Oligocene is preceded by the Eocene epoch and is followed by the Miocene, and the Oligocene is the third and final epoch of the Paleogene period. The Oligocene is often considered an important time of transition, a link between the archaic world of the tropical Eocene and the more modern ecosystems of the Miocene. Major changes during the Oligocene included a global expansion of grasslands and a regression of tropical broadleaf forests to the equatorial belt. The start of the Oligocene is marked by a notable extinction event called the Grand Coupure. The Grand Coupure? It featured the replacement of European fauna with Asian fauna, except for the endemic rodents and marsupial families. By contrast, the Oligocene-Miocene boundary is not set at an easily identifiable worldwide event, but rather at regional boundaries between the warmer late Oligocene and the relatively cooler Miocene. The Paleogene period, general temperature decline, interrupted by the Oligocene, 7 million years stepwise climate change. Now, a deeper 8.2 degrees Celsius 400,000 year temperature depression leads to 2 degrees Celsius for 7 million years. Stepwise climate change 33.5 million years ago. The stepwise climate change began. Hold on, let's make this make sense. Hold on, because I got to get it. Let me get a calculator. Let me go to a calculator. Let me use this calculator real quick. Okay. Now we got 33 point, hold on. $500 right? 100,000 million. 33. That is right? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. By 2,000 equals 16,750. So circa 16,000 BC, right? Or if you add that to today's number, you dig what I'm talking about? We be talking about roughly 1475, 15,000 BC, right? Now this makes more sense. Now, actually, we smack dab in between the Laurentine glacial maximum and Younger Dryas, 16,750, right? What if I told you men like us, for real, didn't step up on the scene till about 350 years after this date? Roughly 16,353 BC, niggas like us start being bred up on the earth, the American Indian, right? We only about 18,000 years old. Oh, I ain't here to debate that with nobody, but until you can disprove what I'm saying, or you got a better cosmological and cosmogony. First, forget cosmology. Do you know cosmogony? We don't care if you know where the stars is if you can't tell me how a star is made. See the difference? That's the difference between Owaspy and every other spiritual book. Your science, whatever you want to get into. Notice we ain't touched no Bible. We just been in these science books, right? So these great dates, 25 million, 33.5 million, they're false, right? And if you want to get an understanding for roughly every million years divided by 2,000, right? Or whatever date they give you, divided by 2,000, right? They'll tell you some shit was 70,000 years old. Come to find out it's only 1,400 years old. You feel what I'm saying? All right. The 7 million year depression abruptly terminated within 1 to 2 million years. Look how long this stuff is going on, man. It abruptly terminated, but it took 2 million years, right? Of the La Garita caldera eruption at 28 to 26 million years ago, a deep 400,000 year glaciated Oligocene-Miocene boundary event is recorded at McMurdo Sound in King George Island in Antarctica. As Large as possible volcanic eruptions may be, even they need help from one to many, some things equally or more powerful to push this planet over the edge into massive climate change or mass extinction. This is what happens at the end of the Eocene, right? From the book. A brief marine incursion marks the end or marks the early Oligocene in Europe. Marine fossils from the Oligocene are in North America. Wait a minute, what? A brief marine incursion marks the early Oligocene in Europe. A marine incursion. Okay. So marine animals are entering Europe during the Oligocene. These marine fossils from the Oligocene are rare in North America. There appears to have been a land bridge in the early Oligocene between North America and Europe, since the faunas of the two regions are very similar. Note that high sea levels of the same period would cover any land bridge. However, the land connection between Asia and North America existed in the form of pond. See the position of the northern tip of pond in the pre-flood map of the world. The Oligocene sees the beginnings of modern ocean circulation, with tectonic shifts causing the opening and closing of ocean gateways. Cooling of the oceans had already commenced by the Eocene-Oligocene boundary, and they continued to cool as the Oligocene progressed. The formation of permanent Antarctic ice sheets during the early Oligocene and possible glacial activity in the Arctic may have influenced this ongoing cooling, though the extent of this influence is still a matter of some significant dispute. Fossil evidence of a change in global sea level. During the late Eocene epoch, the global climates remained much warmer than today, and the sea levels were much higher. The poles were likely ice-free. Low stands of sea levels were at least 10 meters or 32 feet higher than today's average sea levels. At 33 million, remember we found out this is what? 17,000 years in actuality, right? But they telling us it's 34 million, right? But 17,000 years in actuality, right? Years ago, a series of dramatic sudden episodes of global cooling triggered repeated glaciation and repetitive retreats of sea levels. In the first one, coastlines fell globally, perhaps 15 meters or 50 feet, below current levels. How much water, if 50 feet across the globe of water, which you know how, listen, it would be so much land right off the coast would just grow. The land would be huge, right? 50 feet worth of water deep at sea level. You know what I mean? Ain't no telling what type of islands will be out there in the water. And this opened up the Oligocene epoch, being warm water. Whales, the basilosaurids, did not survive this cooling period in areas further distant from the equatorial sea currents. The squalodon, which is a whale, right? An ancient whale, family of the Oligocene with teeth and echolocation have been found in Florida and South Carolina. Let it sink in. Squalodons is like these like little 10-foot whales, but they got like teeth like a shark, like these big cone-like teeth to grasp and bite stuff, and they was hunters. You know what I mean? They wasn't playing. They wasn't real big, but boy, they was vicious. And they'll come out the water and get you. It's a whale. You know what I mean? You standing on the shore, think it's all cool. Now you got a 10-foot whale on your face, dragging you into the water. They have additionally, right? Not only is they in Florida and South Carolina, they have additionally been reported from the United States, East, West, and Gulf Coast, Argentina, Australia, Austria, Chile in America, Costa Rica, Belgium, England, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary. All of it was underwater at one point. Malta, Mexico. Mexico is a desert. How are you getting whales in the desert? The Netherlands, Sicily, Switzerland, Venezuela. Well, that makes sense when you see them in Venezuela. Makes sense when you see them in Costa Rica. Also makes sense when you see them in Argentina. All that was underwater. Right? What about Africa's shallow seas? Let's go see. The African surface was episodically flooded, and the major Oligocene regression, which coincides with the establishment of the Antarctic ice sheets, as well as the beginning of the rise of Africa's swells. This is 24,000 years ago. This is not Younger Dryas. Remember, this is Laurentine glacial mass, right? And establishment of the Antarctic ice sheet, right? Because, oh yeah, let me just tell y'all something. Where Antarctica is and where the North Pole is, they just got there 25,000 years ago, 22,553 BC. That's when they got there. They keep talking about a pole shift. No, the planet oscillated. North has always been north, will always be north, right? South has been south, will always be south. But the planet under north rolls. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Right. Like I said, the Antarctica and the northern poles just got there 25,000 years ago. Right. Poles do not shift. The planets roll under poles. There are 3 known movements to the Earth. Cosmon is letting you in on a 4th. Oscillation. It rolls every now and then. Right? At the beginning of the rise of Africa's swells, it is revealed in much of Africa's offshore sedimentary and onshore geomorphic records. The African erosion surface, continental scale of synthesis on geomorphology by Kevin Burke and Yanni Grunwald. Okay. What about ancient whale fossils in Peru? Did y'all know that? We focused our efforts on older rocks of the Paracas Formation in Peru, which have recently yielded remarkable giant penguins. In Peru, on the mountains, giant penguins. Our team discovered 3 different kinds of archaeocetes from strata several dozens of meters below a volcanic ash bed. The fossils were discovered in the Ica Desert. We knew that the fossil whales we discovered were no younger than 18,000 years ago, y'all. 36 million years old. We discovered that the 3 specimens represented 2 different types of archaeocetes or ancient whales. One was a protoseptid. This group of archaeocetes possessed 4 full limbs. Didn't I tell y'all? I knew all this stuff. This is my first time reading this, y'all. As I'm reading it, you reading it, right? But didn't I tell you that these basilosaurids, these archaeocetes, these ancient whales had full limbs, suggesting a semi-aquatic lifestyle, or no, they was just made that way? The other 2 specimens belong to who? Basilosaurids. Didn't I tell you? Marine fossils in the deserts of North and West Africa, Egypt and Australia. Whale fossils. How's they get in there in these deserts in northwestern Australia? How does a Basilosaurus bone get in Morocco? Somebody got to explain it. Whale fossils found in the Western Sahara. Massive 6-inch associated pair of Basilosaurus whale canines. So they told you the Basilosaurus had teeth 6 inches long. From where? Dakhla, Morocco. These are associated with teeth found together on the coastal cliffs of the Western Sahara. Whale fossil found in Egypt. Cairo, Egypt. University of Michigan paleontologist Philip D. Gingrich and colleagues at the Egyptian Environmental Affairs Agency on October 10, 2005, the successful excavation of an unusually complete and well-preserved skeleton of the 40 million year old, 20,000 year old fossil whale Basilosaurus isis. Sea living animals found in the Wadi Hitan, or 100 kilometers southwest of Cairo, the desert, right, include 5 species of whale. 5 in the desert. They found 5 species of whale in the Sahara. Let that sink in. If a wasp ain't correct, how do they get there? Did they walk in the desert? All right. The desert includes 5 species of whale, including the Durodon atrox, presently exhibited at the University of Michigan Exhibit Museum. There are also 3 species of what? Sea cows, or Sirenia. 2 types of crocodiles that ain't there now. Several turtles that ain't there now. And a sea snake. They done found all this stuff. In addition to a large number of fossilized sharks and bony fishes retrieved from 1st September 05. Many ancient marine reptiles and mammal fossils found in Egyptian desert. How? Although the fossils at Wadi El Hatan, the Whale Valley, it's called the Whale Valley. There's so many whales in the desert. That's crazy. Are certainly not the oldest in the world. Their sheer number and remarkable preservation, even some stomach contents are still intact, make them invaluable to paleontologists and evolutionary scientists. The diversity of fossils seen at Wadi El Hatan, the diversity of fossils seen at Wadi El Hatan, aside from the impressive Archaeocene fossils, the largest of which measures 21 meters. That's a little over 60 feet. It's like 66 feet, 63 feet, some shit. So this whale, which is 63 feet long, is cruising through the desert. Let that sink in. All right. Fossils of other early animals such as sharks, crocodiles, and turtles are also found at the site. Note that these fossils were not found till the 20th century, 1902, and therefore the information in Owaspy regarding the undersea areas was neither common knowledge nor able to be confirmed until more recent times, making Owaspy the primary source on this information. We didn't figure it. We had Owaspy 20 years before they figured this out. Sudden calamity fossilizes ancient whales. How did the Wadi El Hatan whales die? The presence of a large number of whales dying in the same area is reminiscent of the beachings or strandings of whole groups or pods of extant whales species on modern beaches. There is no question that multiple skeletons are found on single bedding plains, and multiple skeletons are found on steep vertical escarpments. How? If the water wasn't at one time over top of it. But that also means if you are over the top of a mountain and you get stuck there and you die and get calcified and turn into a fossil, right? Not only does that mean that the water was up that high, that means you were up that high. But it brings in an even greater question: where does all the water go? There is no question that multiple skeletons are found on a single bedding, right? However, the skeletons are almost always found separated from each other spatially and stratigraphically, and with one or two possible exceptions, whales are not found in the close single species associations expected of strandings. Like when you see whales getting stranded on the beach, there usually be a whole bunch of them. But these guys was just regularly roaming around. And something took the water out of the Pacific. The bones of Basilosaurus and other primitive whales have been found throughout a belt across Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, where exposures of the middle and upper Eocene marine strata called the Moody's, blah, blah, blah. The local residents used them as andirons and fireplaces, block up support cabins. The bones and skeletons of Basilosaurus have also been found in Australia, Egypt, right? In Louisiana, numerous bones of Basilosaurus and another primitive whale, a different type called Pontogenous brachyspondylis, have been recovered from bluffs on mountains along the Ochita or the Washita River that exposed the Moody's Branch and the Yazoo Clay in Caldwell Parish, isolated exposures of these marine sediments in Catahoula, shout out to the Catahoula, Grant, and LaSalle, shout out to LaSalle, have yielded scattered bones from Basilosaurus and Zigorhiza kochi. The latest of these finds was the front quarter of a Basilosaurus skeleton at Montgomery Landing along the Red River near Montgomery, Louisiana. They found the whole Basilosaurus whale dinosaur. Because this is not just a regular whale. All right. Although a partial skeleton, this find yielded a beautifully preserved, complete skull. Oh, the ancient Cetacean fossil in Central Australia. Recognition of a late Oligocene Urinodelphid dolphin from Australia. Occurrences of this group in the freshwaters lakes of Central Australia can only be explained by an earlier connection between the lakes and the sea. Right? We can go on and on about this, right? What about sea mammal fossils in lowland Germany? Or what about the Canning Basin in Western Australia? All right? Let's go back up. I don't want to keep going all night. Changes in sea currents and global climatic changes. I want you to note that according to conventional science, throughout thought, it was an opening of the seaways by way of shifting continental masses. Hold on. Note that according to conventional scientific thought, it was an opening of seaways by way of shifting continental masses that caused global ocean and land temperatures to drop. However, this hypothesis, based on continental drift and tectonic theories, is merely a construct. It is a guess. It is an estimate. It is a hope. It's a theory. It's a hypothesis. It's an educated guess. We think this. Yeah, I mean, it seemed to work that way. They don't know continental drift. Continental drift. It's put in the overdrive by the sinking of the continental pond. All right. It is merely a construct and imagined model to explain the cooling that is evident in the geological record of the Earth at that period of time. The fact that this rearrangement of continents had to occur in a relatively short period of time to cause the multiple significant and, in human terms, apocalyptic changes begs the question of what made the continents suddenly rearrange themselves. You always talk about Pangea. You always talk about Gondwana land. Have y'all ever heard of Laurasia? Laurasia. Laurasia. Look it up. Look up Gondwana land. Right? Look up the Tethys Sea. We're gonna probably get into some more Pan tomorrow. You dig what I'm talking about? But I don't want to wear you out with it and burn your brain out. So we gonna get down into here, right? And then we just gonna go ahead and jump onto some new stuff in the morning. And we'll just stop right here. Right? What made the continents suddenly rearrange themselves after remaining seemingly stationary for tens of thousands of millions of years before and after this burst of movement? As with evolution theorists who invented punctuated equilibrium in a failed attempt to explain why species remain static or do not evolve. They see the species do not evolve, over so-called umpteen millions of years, because we can still look and see an alligator who they say been around 200 million years still look like an alligator and ain't never stood up, start talking, got, you know what I mean, got smarter. A monkey been a monkey. Well, you know what I mean? A lot of y'all believe in evolution and y'all believe that y'all came from some single cell organism and that your grandmama and them was monkeys. And why ain't the monkeys still turning into men? They ain't had enough time to evolve yet. Monkeys been on Earth longer than men have. So when did they start evolving? And which one of y'all was hunching on a monkey? I just want to go ahead. If you was hunching on a monkey, throw me a 5 in the chat. If you hunched on a monkey and made a Neanderthal, go ahead and throw me a 5 in the chat. See, they had to explain why species remain static and do not evolve over so-called umpteen millions of years. So the plate jugglers of continental drift and tectonic theory have not produced a credible explanation or solid evidence for the waltz of the continents. We were given the revelation, and now we have evidence that there was a great continental landmass in the Pacific Ocean that was submerged or forced down to the bottom of the ocean by extraterrestrials. Don't get spooky. These are just dead men. An angel is an extraterrestrial. If you like, your grandmama is, when she went to heaven, she died. Even though she lost her physical body, she is still from Earth and terrestrial. But once she takes on that spirit form, she becomes extraterrestrial. So don't get spooked, niggas. If you like, if you like to use, if you don't like the word extraterrestrial, you can use the word Etherians, right? High-raised angels. If you understand where these beings came from and the power they were capable of wielding, so we can now confidently attribute the opening of the waters around the great expanse of the Pacific Ocean and the great changes in the sea levels, sea currents, and climatic changes around the globe to that single important event in Earth's relatively recent geological history. As we see in the pre-flood and post-flood maps in Owaspie, there were no continents swimming great distances on a sea of lava over millions of years. And yet this is what they try to explain to us. Instead, the continents already existed close to the positions they were in since the formation of the mountains. Now, to imagine how the continents separated from one another at an earlier time when the Earth's surface was much smaller, perhaps half the size it is now, we must take into account two factors: shrinkage and expansion, right? Shrinkage and expansion. Condensing, dissolution, right? Shrinkage of the outer crust of the Earth cooled, and expansion of the inner molten material due to loss of momentum in the vortex. Shrinkage of the cooling material would have caused the crust to crack into sections or plates, as you would see the dry mud cracking at the bottom of a dried out lake. As the plates cool, those newer exposed areas of molten material under less pressure due to slowing spin of the vortex soon developed a crust, albeit a thinner crust. Once hardened, These secondary crusts became essentially the continental shelves, and so on, until we still witness the slowly spreading sea floor of the Great Atlantic Rift that is forming new land at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. And mind you, the Pacific, the Atlantic is shifting the America west. But because of Pond, it is now being it got pushed back, hence why we see the Rockies, right, and the great fissures, or what they call fault lines, up and down the whole western coast, right? And the western movement was halted for a second, creating the Rockies, raising up the Sierra Madres and the Peruvian mountains, the Andes, all at the same time. And yet, because a part of the continent that was sunken was saved above the water, called Japan. We talking about Pan, but the remnant of Pan is called Japan. And it is this movement that now has the whole floor of the Pacific moving north and west in the direction of Japan. Right? Now, the single most significant event that caused the greatest level of subduction of the plates of the Earth's crust is the submergence of the continent of Pan. The power of this event may have even be sufficient to cause other areas of subduction around the globe. Wow. However, we know that mountains were formed long before Pan was submerged, and we understand that mountains are formed by the compression of one area of the Earth crust pressing against another. How long, Cosmo, I've been telling y'all that? Huh? Called subduction in plate tectonics. Owaspy has also revealed how the mountains were formed. Earlier in this process of Earth's formation, after its crust had cooled, the Earth was in a great nebulous cloud that condensed into corpora, bombarding the crust till it broke and upheaved. At the same time, the Earth turned on its axis. So this is from, we're going to get into this, and then we're going to call it a night. This is the Book of Jehovah. Caption, right? To imagine, right? The Earth in Jaya. The Earth, right? White spot in Jaya during the glacial period, showing Imhak, the surrounding nebula that caused the Earth's crust to break and upheave, forming ranges of mountains at the period referred to. The Earth was turned from its axial course, the north becoming the east and the south becoming the west. Now, this is NO1. Watch this. Right? This is from the Book of Jehovah. Right? From Owaspy, we find at an earlier time in the Earth's formation, it had attained a football shape with its ends to the north and south, conforming to the still elongated shape of Earth's vortex. At that time, Earth's shape was amended periodically by the change of its axis until the Earth's vortex, the shape of which the Earth itself tends to, achieve the flattened globe shape through the maturation and gradual slowing process. We can witness examples of fast spinning football shaped dwarf planets in the outer solar system, e.g., dwarf planet Haumea. Right? Let me see. Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, 1, 11, and 12, right? Because they're going to say, what you mean like a football? You know what I mean? You don't know that the greatest part of the force extends east and west, or centrifugal, or excuse me, centripetal. But the force that, or which is called strong force, right? The lesser force, which is called weak force or vortex or magnetism, flows south to north. So in the very turnings of the earth, we find that the earth is magnetized, right? And so that means every part of the earth has been east, every part has been west, every part has been south, and every part has been north. It's just that where north and south are today, it just got there 25,000 years ago. Now, in the early times of the earth formation, right, the earth was longer, what? North and south than east and west. But the vortexia, the weaker force, right, what they call magnetism or centripetal or centrifugal force, right, which acts north and south, right? And this is why you have magnetic declination, or what you understand is that true north always stays still. It never changes. But magnetic north wobbles all around the northern part of the planet. Excuse me. And moves all the way all around. Why? Because the vortexia reacts north and south, or actually south to north, right? Along its axis, which is now being tilted 23.5 degrees, right? Now, this is the north-south axis, right? Being less than the vortex here. So the north and south was less than the east and west spin, right? Force being applied to the planet, right? The vortex here, or the north and south, or the magnetic energy being lesser than the vortexian, right? Which would be what we would call electric, right? It's vortex, though. Electricity is a byproduct of vortex, of the spinning of the atmosphere, right? The earth assumed a globular form, which was afterward attenuated east and west, and then the earth turned again. Remember, I told you the new movement of the earth? Oscillation. Put that word in your lexicon. Look up the word oscillate. See what it means. Right? Told you they only knew the earth moved 3 ways. The faith is now showing y'all that it moved 4. And this is how we prove it, right? Because afterwards, it attenuated east and west, and then the earth turned again to adapt itself to the north and south polarity of the vortex. Now, in these various turnings of the earth, right, in these oscillations, the same force of the vortex exerted ever to the east and west. I did not tell you. This is what you call a toroid field, by which behavior every portion of the earth had, listen, did not tell you, every portion of the earth has been to the east. Every portion has been to the west, to the north, and to the south. And how do you prove it, Cosmon? Which is proven by the rocks, by the mountains, by the random magnetism that bombs into these planets. And when you look into the magnetism, they attract every which way. Why? Because they've been east, they've been west, they've been north, and they've been south. which is proven in the rocks and boulders and mountains of the earth. While this periodic compression of the earth was enough to move the broken crust and push adjoining plates against one another, we find that plates vary in their motion. Some are converging, others diverging, and others are sliding past one another. So why is the crust broken in some areas and not others? And why are plates moving in different directions? Nebula does not necessarily fall over the whole planet from all sides, but can be localized in larger or smaller areas. Thus, we find that some plates, such as the Great Atlantic Rift, right? Let's take a look at the Great Atlantic Rift real quick. I just want to take a look at that. The Great Atlantic Rift. Let's go over here, back out a little bit. I want to show y'all. Look, y'all see it? See the Great Atlantic Rift right here? See this big old crack going down here like that? This is what they call the Great Atlantic Rift. Right? Let's go in a little bit further. You can see it at the bottom of the ocean. It's literally cracked. See it? Start all the way up here. Crack. All right. Split there. Split here. Split here. You can see the pressure. Right? This is moving back this way, but this is moving towards the west. And this is proven. It is what it is. But look at that great crack. Look at that, man. But you want to see some mess. Look at this. Look what they did. Look what they did to the Pacific. Look, it's literally carved up like a pizza. See the level of the, watch this. It's like a bomb blew up. Look at the movements of the energy. Coming from Honolulu, coming from Hawaii. Wow. So you can tell that the energy is circular. Look. Going all the way out there, coming back this way, coming back that way. The energy is circular. But look at all this. This is carved. All this is carved. All this was a continent. Look, and look how they, hold on, let me show you. Let me back up. I want to show you how they carved it up like a pizza. Look at the floor. Look at the floor. See these lines? They run all the way across. Look. All the way across the Atlantic. The Pacific. Look, this is the area of the Marianas Trench. This is where the deepest area in the world is. Over here. That's Marianas. Dang, they got a place called Negros in the Philippines. Negro in the Philippines. All right. Some plates, such as the Great Atlantic Rift, appear to have not been pushed against one another, but others, such as the Indian, the Himalayas, Italy, the Alps, and Turkey, the Caucasus, were transformed. Perhaps the axis change also reconfigured the direction and motion of the plates. But is this a natural course of events or one that must be particularly managed by Etherians? To shed the light on this question, we find in Owaspy that the turning of a planet on its axis is also orchestrated by the Etherians, huh? And Sasha said, the star world, Nito, will need to be turned on her axis in 2 years, at which time she, the planet, will pass through the south fields of Takuspe. Lika said, this will be a great labor, and I appoint Urasus with Solace to accomplish it. So he sent 2 of his homies out there to start a planet spinning on this axis. And I give them 3 years. He said, I'm giving them 3 years with 4 billion laborers. What do you say? He turned to his homeboy and said, what do you say? Then Urasus and Solace answered, saying, with fear and trembling, we rejoice at this great work. By Jehovah's wisdom and power, we shall accomplish it. You dig what I'm talking about now? Right there, I think we didn't went crazy. We didn't went all the way around the world. We didn't show absolute scientific connection of a sunken continent in the middle of the Pacific. You dig what I'm talking about? Anybody just want to come in, holler at your boy, man? If y'all learned a little something today, you dig what I'm talking about? Hit your boy Cosmonian with a 0 in the chat. Hit me with a 0. Right? That's the beginning. That's the bounding. That's the building blocks. The all. You dig what I'm talking about? The 0. That's sign of all creation. Right? Drop the link in here, man. Who we got up in here, man? We got up in here. We got Ray up in this thing. Elizabeth Weaver. Who we got? We got Seller Shalom. We got Seller Shalom up in here. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all go over there, log in and sub, like, share to see like Shalom TV, man, and go tell them Cosmonian sent you. Get you some of them bitters. Tapping in, love, like. I see Yafa in the house. My email has always been better than your email. I remember you saying that before. I don't remember what I was saying. Heck, I'm right in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and didn't know. See? See, this stuff is different, man. If you learned a little something, man, hit me with a 0 in the chat. You dig what I'm talking about? Hit me with a 0. Who else I got up in here? Bronze, yo, my boy, legit hustle up in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Shane Ray and Shay. That's my uncle. That's my favorite auntie name, Shay Jones. Her name is Rashay. So every time I see that. Legit up in the house. Spiritual light shock up in this thing. What's going on, cuz? Snoopy Eats up in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Who else we got up here? Snoopy Eats up in here. Straight Smizzle. Me and Straight Smizzle putting some stuff together, man. The boy is dope and talented with the visuals. He gonna have the channel popping. Shout out to Straight Smoke. You dig what I'm talking about? And the brother came in, man, and said, Cal, man, I just like what you're doing. I don't even want nothing. Let me help you. I said, dang. Now, people know, everybody know, especially the horsemen and them know I've been trying to work with this AI to get to create movies, right? Guess what Straight Smoke do? Now, if y'all y'all think that that's just by chance that this brother got put on his heart that he should turn around and help me for no reason, and then the thing that I've been looking for is what he specializes in. Man, shout out to my brother Straight Smoke, man. Tone, the lonely one in the crib, man. You dig what I'm talking about? He be out there on the road, burning up that road. You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on, let me see. Let me go back up. Got Tone in this thing. I got the Cali Connect Young Dreadful in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, look. Cuz wasn't playing yesterday either, man. I said, hey, look, bro, you gonna hit this link? You know what I mean? Or you ain't about to be getting up here doing all this chat room warrior talking. I said, look, man, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. You know what I mean? To go ahead and hit that link, man. Or I got a sniper on the roof. Nigga, I got the 25 seconds. That nigga dreadful. Pow! Put that boy in a back chat. I said, damn, boy, you gonna hit this link. Yo, you ain't gonna be in there talking all that crazy stuff. Boy, they don't know. We got shooters everywhere. You dig what I'm talking about? He ain't even get 30 seconds. Boy, you should have hurried up and hit the link. Snipe that boy. Shout out to my brother, man. Dreadful Cosmonian. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's see who else we got up in this thing. We got Sub Darth. Shout out to the brother Sub Darth. You know what I mean? Had to get that brother on sometime. I haven't been able to kick it with him. Said, can also hear that the Great Pyramids point directly to. Also hear that the Great Pyramids point directly to certain constellation that open portals. Yeah, but more importantly, they're geared towards the lower heavens. Now, if you look at the pyramid, right, they have these shafts that shoot off in odd directions. Now, until you understand that the whole pyramid is a spiritual school and was used to heal the body, and the emanations dumping out of there just into the air, highly charged, imparted a life-sustaining, giving, and light. You know, this is basically like a Wi-Fi. You did what I'm talking about, but it actually healed the mind and body, and it allowed you, if you were going into the spiritual realms, to be taken up into them areas. So this is why they're aligned with constellations, because in that direction is the lower heaven. Not that it's way out there, but just in the direction of Taurus, in the direction of Orion, in the direction of Cygnus, right? So in the spirit, they were coming down, taking these people into the higher heavens, teaching them like school. But while they were, if the body didn't stay there, the angels from the lower heavens, the false gods like Egypt, Hermes, Osiris, Baal, Ashtaroth, who are known as Set and Isis, when you vacated your body and went to the lower heavens to learn, the angels would come down and take over and animate your body and live amongst me and have sex, eat, they'll do everything. Right? So while you was in the higher heavens or the lower heavens learning some stuff, you dig what I'm talking about? Somebody was using your body on the earth. You know what I mean? But the pyramids, in the directions of the pyramids are always usually under certain constellations or directed towards certain constellations, because in those times are basically between 3953 BC and 1553 BC, which is the Arcaspita. That's where the heavens of the false gods like Osiris, or which is in his heaven is called Egoedin. Egoedin, right? Like Ego Eden. You dig what I'm talking about? Egoedin. So this would have been his heaven in that region at that time, while he has his underlings like Egypt, like Baal, like Hermes, to take your body. They would, maybe even Osir would come down himself and take upon your body, animate your body with his spirit. That's a lot of stuff was going on. It was crazy stuff going on. What'd you say? Bally said you was driving around with a, oh yeah. My brother, man, we was just kicking it, man. And you get to talking and stuff. I was like, man, I got it. You know how your boy Einstein, he created the theory for relativity, which is E equals mc squared. Well, I got one for vortex, right? I haven't brought it out yet, and I'm not going to do that yet until I can patent it. You know what I mean? Because this is how everything is made. You know what I mean? And they're gonna have to break the faiths down for this one. If we're gonna change the game, I wrote the theory for motion, the initial motion. See, what they can never find in the uniform field theory is why a body. See, the first law of second law of motion in thermodynamics is a body in rest will stay in rest until acted upon by outside forces, right? And a body which is in motion tends to stay in motion until acted upon. Well, nobody explains how does this object that is still start spinning, and also nobody explains how a thing that's spinning slows down. What force is it losing to slow down? Especially in space where there's nothing to, quote unquote, push back against it. How and why is it slowing down? This is the cause of initial motion in all creation, right? And then the crazy part is that initial motion, I can get this away. The initial motion, right? Vortex. Mind you, all energy spirals. Everything spirals. When you in your mama womb, your cells divide spiraling. Right? When everything is in motion, right? That initial motion, right, is an effect, right? It's not a cause. Something caused it to start moving too. What is that initial thing that starts the motion? Sound. We call it science cymatics, and we're gonna probably get up into that tomorrow, man. Anybody want to come in? Drop the link in the chat. Anybody want to come in for a second, man? Come on, man. Don't be like that, man. Stop being like that. Come on, come holler at your cousin. I know your brain sizzling a little bit. I can smell a little wood coming out near your earlobes. It's okay. Come and build with me. If you got questions, don't just sit there and say, oh, he's stupid, he capping, all this and all that. But then you not putting none of this information to the test. Right? Wait till I come out with Daryl already smashed the theory of relativity. You know what I mean? Well, this is going to be the cosmon cause of all creation and motion. Right? And then with this theory, or this, what do you call it? What do you call them damn things? With this equation, right? My equation, right, fits snugly right into the uniform field theory. And the uniform field theory has an equation for light, gravity, magnetism, electricism, all this stuff. but it's the exact same thing. Well, I'm going to show why they look exactly the same, because they are the same force just being acted upon by different parts of material, right? Different spin, different density, different things produce different things. But if it's generally the same and everything around it is the same, it's going to produce one action, right? And the force being created, irregardless, is moving spirally. If it moves at all, it's spiraling. Even you. And you saying, Cosmo, man, what are you talking about? Have you ever watched yourself walk? Your legs and knees move spirally in circles. When you lift your knee and place it up and walk forward, you are moving cyclically, right? Doing the same thing over and over and over again. I know you say I'm pseudo, right? We just call that low comprehension. We light years ahead of y'all. For anybody who got anything to say, come holler at the gang. We open for conversation. We don't turn down no phase neither. You know what I mean? We don't turn down no phase. But we gonna get back into the morning. I'll probably just jump into a video of cymatics, just get to showing stuff, you know, not even have to necessarily just teach. You dig what I'm talking about? All the time, when I could just show it to you and let you make your mind up on your own. You dig what I'm talking about? Don't nobody want to come in. It's a little too late for y'all, past y'all bedtime. All right, well, shit. Do your boy a favor, man. Thumb up the video. Hit that like button. Share the live on your media platforms. Especially if you got TikTok, because Cosmon ain't getting no TikTok. So you can get a whole bunch of free views pumping Cosmon stuff on your TikTok. Why wouldn't you do it? Even if 2 people, 3 people watched it, why wouldn't you share this? And I'm telling you, and it's already ready to go, and you got a TikTok, you want to call it, listen, you already know it's going, soon as they hear what we talking about, it's going to ruffle some feathers. So if you want to bring some flow and, you know what I mean, get your channel popping, man, who better than Cosmoni? Who better than the creative game? Huh? The 4 horsemen, right? You dig what I'm talking about? AKA young Funk Leroy. You dig what I'm talking about? What y'all talking about? Share it. You dig what I'm saying? Just share it. You ain't even got to say nothing. Let me do all the talking. You dig what I'm saying? We've been up here almost 3 hours, man. Anybody want to get on? See, this is the time where my boy Straight Smoke gonna be coming in so handy. Everybody's just laid back, sleep, doing whatever. I don't know what y'all doing. Just share the video, right? Real talk. Share the video. And you know, that's cool though. You know what I'm saying? I'm always over here teaching, so I guess I don't get a lot of feedback. You know what I mean? I guess y'all getting it. I must be a good teacher. You dig what I'm saying? I must be. To be. Don't nobody say nothing. See, like, you got to collect your device, bro. I can hear you. I can see you, but it says device is not connected. Say your device is not connected, bro. So you got to accept that little thing before you come in. So here we go. Here we go. There you go.
What up, big homie?
Man, Peace to the righteous God. What's the word?
Hey man, I just got through goddamn filming not too long ago, and I seen you was still on. I said, that's what I'm talking about. I got something to listen to on the ride home and shit. You know what I mean?
Right, man. You know what? I don't even hardly listen to a bunch of spiritual stuff no more if it ain't really the game.
No, you know what? It's funny you say that, bro. At this point, it's like I just listen to you, me, and Mally and Daryl, and then Sarnetta, of course. But other than that, man, it's like shit. Ain't nobody saying what
we not. It's not like even with Sarnetta. That's the shout out to the big homie Sarnetta, man. But even with him, I'm not. When I go there, it's more entertainment. It's not like
right.
It's not like I'm going there to get spiritually charged or like sit at the feet of a master, and you know what I mean. I'm just goo-eyed and with my knees crossed, and you dig what I'm talking about. Right. It's not like that. It's more, even when I'm over there, I'm head hunting.
Right. You already know. And then, like you say, you know what I mean? It's like a lot of times it be the same old conversations, but like you talking about Pan, you talking about how the continent got sunk. Look at the Pacific Ocean floor, how it's spliced up. Niggas ain't even having them type of conversations.
Yeah, they not talk. Hey, look, dig this, C-Lock. I don't know if you seen the video yesterday. But not only do we got the Pacific Ring of Fire, right? We got a Pacific Ring of Water that is 800. Hold on, is under the floor of the Pacific.
Yo, you said something yesterday that had me thinking, bro. You was like, you could have, like, Florida was connected to the Caribbean, and you could have walked that joint or traveled that joint.
That's the real Pillars of Hercules, bro.
That's deep, my nigga. I never. And when you look at Florida, it kind of do make sense that she could have just extended right to the Caribbeans, and you know what I mean.
Think about this. They said just a couple 100 years ago, really, the water level was 50 feet lower. How much land? Just think where the water is now. If you drop it everywhere in the ocean, hold on.
Hello? Create a gang.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you good, King. I was about to start ranting, talking my talk.
What I'm saying? I mean, bro, it's coming to a point, man, that this thing about to take off, man. I just bumped into a brother, Straight Smoke, named Straight Smoke, and he do the visuals. And remember, I kept telling you about I need to figure out how to work this AI and all this and see if the AI can make the movie.
Right. Now it's coming together.
Man, this brother been an engineer music engineer the last 25 years, and he then took 2-3 years to learn that AI. So he say how you put it in there, how you tell it to tell the story is how it'll print it out, and then he say he do the extra visuals, what you call that, afterwards. Like editing.
Oh yeah, post-production and shit like that.
Like post-production and all that stuff. Like if you need to put a extra bright on there or something.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So he say that the AI print it all out.
Yeah, let me tell you something. That AI shit is off the chain, because I remember I had used that shit, the animation joint, where you could have the animated people, and like you could type in what you wanted to say, and it'll repeat that joint.
It's crazy, right? That's how they be doing them cartoons and shit.
Right? Yeah. Yo, I see you got a new intro joint. That joint looks fly.
Yeah, shout out to FGK Kev, man.
Oh, Kev doing that? Let me find out.
Kev did that, and
I think Kev did say he do graphics. I think he told me that one time.
Man, listen, I keep trying to tell him he got a graphic that I don't know why he just don't put Cosmo Cal and Jehovah Chronicles in this same graph. It looked like, you know, when you going on like it's Saturday, like you about to watch a damn like a football game. Oh, damn. He dropped off. Well, it's shout out everybody in the fam. Shout out everybody. Rain Water, I see you up in here. Just woke. I see you, family. Rain Shay, I see you. My Ema been better than your Ema. She was always better than your Ema anyway. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Back in. He back in.
Bro.
No, you
I'm
good.
back. I hit the wrong button and shit. What you were saying now? You said you just on a Saturday night. What now?
A college football game. You know how they have like Georgia versus Alabama, and you know, and it's like the little background screen, and it's like shiny helmets.
Oh yeah.
Bro, he know how to do all that, bro, and he got one for Battle of the Holy Books.
Bro, when I see that shit, I'm like, yo, that like the same shit on my Bittersweet Herbals, the way it started out like them type of animations. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm like, oh, I could have got Cam to do that shit.
He showed me some shit. He showed me some stuff, man. And he got a little a Cosmon man, like a superhero Cosmon with the eyes glow blue. You dig what I'm talking about? And he rapping Super 7, flying in the air. It's
That's
crazy.
Dope.
It's
That's
crazy.
hard. You ain't put out yet?
No, he ain't finished it all the way yet, but he showed me what he did so far. It is dope.
That's hard, Joe. And you know what, yo? Honestly, you could do that. You could literally brand yourself as a character.
Yeah,
like some people.
They call me Cosman anyway. They always saying this.
No,
shit.
like I can see it. I can see it. Like you can have your own. Almost. It's funny, but it's real. You see how they did the Hebrew Israelite you know, the character nigga, you know, the Superman nigga that they were showing earlier yesterday.
Oh yeah, with the
what you
like
call him, Poison?
He was like Super Brew.
Super Brew, right? The Super Brew.
You know,
like
what I mean?
Yeah, it's to the point where it's like, yo, the game is crazy because you can have a niche and you can market that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Cosmo Cal, that's a niche. You got the accent, you got the character and the charisma. So it's like, yo, you can have your own goddamn superhero type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what my superhero do? Hey,
y'all beat up the false gods?
Huh?
Beat up the false gods?
Yep, that's what he do. He beat up the false gods.
And that'll be a good way to get to the kids too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. You did what I'm talking about. This superpower is love. You did what I'm talking about?
Right.
And like if the Drew just get on him, you dig what I'm talking about? He hit that Super 7 and get off in the ethers. You dig what I'm talking about? He power up off that 7.
Bro,
like hit that 7 and it's like spinach.
Yeah.
Yeah, nigga.
They're like Dragon Ball Z, you know what I mean?
Nigga, we gonna call that Cosman, nigga. That's Cosman.
That's me. You remember Mega Man, that video game Mega Man and shit?
Yeah, that's what the kind of like. It's not like that, but it looked like a man. It looked like it's like a black Superman, but he got it's dope. He got the black and blue. It's dope. It's dope. I didn't know what he was doing. He was just making shit up off the head. So I'm like, all right. And now I got the homeboy Straight Smoke right here. Hold on, let me show you. I'll show you on the screen what it looks. So if you see the little, this my man's here too, legit. That's my man's here. You know Snoopy,
yeah,
right?
Snoop. Shout out to Snoop.
This my dog right here, Straight Smoke. Straight Smoke, do the AI. And then he gonna be doing some screen holders for me. And bro, he was like, nigga. The reason he was like, man, I ain't read no old Waspy. He was like, but the reason I know that I'm rocking with you is because I've been where you been. I didn't tapped into a lot of this stuff, but he was like, you explain it with more clarity, but I know you telling the truth. Whatever it is that you saying, whatever it is that you saying, you telling the truth and you talking about that higher power. He was like, man, I'm rocking with you, whatever, bro. I'm like, dog, you know what I mean? And then we just get to talking, and I tell him, I tell him about the movie. You know what I mean? And I ain't gonna put it out there because these boys will.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna have to get Sela Shalom probably direct that thing for me. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
Go ahead and get that proper shots up in there. You dig what I'm talking about? And he said basically it's just how you feed it the information.
Right, exactly. That's true.
That's how he was explaining it to me.
Right.
But he was like, bro, I don't want nothing. But you know me, I'm like, nigga, shit, we gonna get money having fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's a market for this shit.
Nothing but what we want to do.
Exactly. Exactly.
And then once you real, and that's all you really want to do is be 100. Well, then being a faith has come easy. It's easy. I see why certain people, they thugged it out. It just is what it is.
Exactly.
Man.
Yo, that shit threw me off. Boss died and shit, yo.
Yo, you seen that, bro?
I seen it on you. I found out about it on your post.
Man, I was hurt. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
What happened to her?
I think she had something ill, like I don't want to say it was multiple sclerosis or Crohn's. She had some weird little stuff that black people don't even get. You dig what I'm talking about? She had one of them. And
was she mixed?
Around and died, man. As a matter of fact, man, damn, man. You just reminded me of something, man. When I get up out of here, we got to get up out of here right tonight. Young Sela Shalom. Hey, they be killing me tearing your name up, bro. I'll be dying.
Yo, can't nobody get shit right over there, yo.
Yo.
But you still got to go over there and bomb some other shit, man.
Yeah,
with a presentation.
Yup. And see, I'm because see, I gotta bomb that whole 4th, 5th dynasty. You know what I mean? The pyramid builders. Basically, Joser, and then wait till they find out Joser is a female. That's Hojak's mama who had the power. That red build, the pyramid, the builder of the red pyramid, Joser. It's a female. That's Khufu mama.
Stop playing. That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You did.
And you know what? Watch me this here that the Egyptian records were so voluminous, niggas couldn't put head to toe to that shit.
Yeah, you did.
So what we got as a standard understanding may be totally the opposite.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And we may be looking at it totally wrong or backwards or something.
That's what I'm saying. That's why when you be coming with those analogies, I'm like, damn, you know what? Who's to say? Because this shit do got to be reconstructed.
Yeah. Yeah. We got to look at it a total new way. And this is why I can't, even though I hear him say some crazy shit, you dig what I'm talking about? I got a love for Kemet, though. I don't care what nobody say. I think Kemet dope.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's my favorite shit. Like, coming up.
Listen, I always rocked with Egypt, man. I don't care. You dig what I'm talking about? What they talking about? So I can't disrespect dudes like Smash or
oh hell no. No,
Commission.
Like you said, that's our shit too. They ain't like the Hebrew Israelites. It's like Like we not like the Israelites where niggas is, oh, we don't fuck with the Egyptians. Like, nah, nigga, we fuck with all this shit.
No, hell no. We rock with you, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? But guess what? I'm tired of everybody else telling me my history. And now
That part too.
You dig what I'm talking about? Now we in the time of higher light. And these things that was once hidden are now being revealed. And you dig what I'm talking about? We got to get in where we fit in.
Right.
In that thing. And this is just the information being released. However you feel about it is how you feel about it. I'm just telling you like this. You dig what I'm talking about? Because hey, who else gonna tell you how a pyramid is built? Can't nobody but a faithist tell you that.
And I like the fact how you going in, how you dealing with the Aboriginal movement too.
Yeah. Because I mean, think about it. I am one. Who else would I talk to? And then what the Aboriginals need, right? is not more information.
Right.
First of all, they got to realize that there is a creator. You got to tap back in.
Right.
The thing is, you have for thousands of years, right? You have never, ever forgot the creator. When everybody else in the world, till it was down to 12,420 people in the world, your black ass was the majority of everybody. This one, dog. We gotta remember who he was, but that comes with want, with will. You gotta want that. You gotta even know that that's even possible or why it's a benefit.
Yo, that shit is deep, man. Even when the Owa said, I'm gonna leave a remnant of the Aho and the copper color race on this soil.
Yeah.
Yo, that's deep as fuck because it already said the copper colored people on the soil got coarse hair.
Yeah.
When you look up coarse hair and put Google, nigga, that's your nigga hair, bro.
No, listen, when you put in long black coarse hair, it don't show nothing but niggas. With natty dread them.
That's deep, yo. That's deep. Because for the longest, we've been seeing the Native Americans as what we know as Native Americans as we've been given. But Owaspy said these niggas is now they got the copper color, but that coarse hair that changed the whole perspective right there, man.
Look, dig this. Let me blow your top because a lot of people don't know this. The term Native American being applied to any people group in the world didn't exist before 1960. The term was created and pushed in the Africana studies. Man, listen, man.
That's crazy.
And you know, Dr. Ben started that. Man, they got information. He was a direct CIA agent, and that's who they even got the money from.
Damn. So you know what? That's deep because that may be the great awakening, but I'm sure you already know that Owaspy is referred to when the Cosmon era, like, nigga, this is your shit. Can you imagine if the government came out and said this land belongs to what we call today the Negro? You know what type of uprising?
And see, this is why it's so much pushback because we not the crazy thing is they done told so many lies that when you hear words like black, Negro, colored, mulatto, it starts to move you in so many directions. But we got to understand that that's only the nigga has had 10 different names, all in the same country.
Right.
He's never been a nigga in Africa. He's never been a nigga in China. He wasn't. He went there, but he was a nigga first here.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? And to tie that Angui up in there, that Angui, that Negro, bro.
Right.
And then it tell you the difference is this the part that niggas not gonna like when they read Owaspy, but they gotta understand that the word native. They use the word native.
Okay, touch on it.
When they use it in Owaspy, they use it as meaning born in a place and from a place. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It means from a place. And
right.
Damn, where was I going?
I think you're talking about native. Probably distinguishing the difference between native and probably indigenous or something.
Yeah. The people's gonna have a little issue and pushback with because we understand what the word native means now. Now it does mean anybody born in the United States at any time, even Europeans. Mm-hmm. All immigrants, as long as you born here, you are now native.
Right.
So whatever that is, don't cover what our heritage covered, nationality, and all this. So before 1492 in Columbus, before any white man got here that y'all know about, before the Vikings in 1000 AD or whatever, there was already black niggas who are called the American Indian, mm-hmm. right? And he cut from that old stock of copper-colored natives called Ahuans. This is the large nigger group, the megalithic builders. But you a special type because you are like the remnant of old, like the Ahuan of old from Persia, who goes on to produce people like Abram, people like Moses, people like Yeshua. You dig what I'm talking about? You go on and produce these types of people who go on in history to be called niggas or Negroes, but who have always been brown skinned and had long, but and had black knotty hair, but it was long.
And see, the thing with that is when you look at the Babylonians, the Assyrians, that whole Mesopotamian region, the Persians basically, mm-hmm. them niggas fit that description. They got the long coarse hair, they got the long coarse beards.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because when I look at the Babylonians and some of the Assyrian pictures, the Persian pictures, with the long lofty beards, the nappy beards, the only niggas that resemble them today to me is the Rastas and the Caribbeans.
Yep.
What other niggas you know
with the CD a little bit or the Sadu a little bit, but
the Sadu, them two. Them are the only two niggas I know that rock the bears like that, like scruffy. You know what I'm saying?
But they said Moses looked fierce.
Well, that was Abraham.
No, yeah, Abraham. They say he was copper color, brown. He said that nigga was fierce to look upon.
So that nigga, the only niggas I know that's fierce to look upon is the Rastas.
Facts.
I know some Rastas, my nigga. Like, bro, I like when I go to the carnival or go to the Parkway in Brooklyn and in the Caribbean Carnival. Man, there be some faces out there that look like goddamn monsters, gods.
Yeah,
and
nigga,
shit.
like they cut from the rock, nigga. You did.
Nigga sculpted face from a rock type shit. Niggas got some hard faces. You know, and this is my people. This is our people looking at. So you can imagine another nation like a European who don't have a clue about the culture.
Yeah, he
you
looked
go to Walmart.
He got a big aim, just raw, and then he looked like he will roar. So
nigga look like he'll kill your ass and shit. Not knowing this nigga the most politest nigga in the world and shit.
Yeah, you dig gonna tell our peace, my lord.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like to me, it's like, man, the Caribbean niggas, man, the Rastas, they got to pick up on the Sowaspi because they carry a priestly order dealing with Jehovah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They just need to break away from that Leviticus priesthood to come to the goddamn Jehovah priesthood.
My thing is this, right? My thing is this. What you think about this?
Mm-hmm.
In the story of Moses, right?
Uh-huh.
When they leave up out of Egypt, they go west. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They land in a place called Shechem Moreh. Well, first of all, before Moses is born, Jah tell God to command Moses to go west and to keep going west till you touch California. And I'm going to give you 3,400 years to do it. That's what was actually said. So what if this niggas who came from Africa but are not Africans, they are the Asiatic black man of the East, the Negro of the East. The Negro of the West is called Indian today.
Facts.
Or African, or the fake African American. You dig what I'm talking
Well, like
about?
you say though, we if we the people of Moses coming westward, and then like you say, that's that Persian stock of Negroes.
I think they in the Caribbean, and that's why they a little different than us.
Yo, let me tell you something. I think the goddamn remnants of the Assyrians and the Mesopotamian niggas is in the Caribbean, Joe. I think the Rasta the Rasta niggas in the Caribbeans is the ancient Babylonians and Assyrians and Hebrews.
Now, would you that you saying they came in at different times? Because I mean, in the last 3,400 years, but then
now back to the because that's a good point. Because the watch me say the nigga did go westward. All right, let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
Do you think they went westward exactly from the time of Moses, or did it start from the 70 AD and then the migration westward? Then what you think on like?
No, they started from Moses' time. That whole little 40-year, all that talk that they was walking out. Remember, he moved the 4 million people in 4.5 years. Not 40. Not that he didn't live that long, but I'm talking about. But it was because it was a time and a cutoff for Dan to stop. And during the Dan, light fell on the people at night and a cloud in the day.
Right.
That happened for 4.5 years. That's all it took for Exodus. That's a long time. But if you walk in 3.5 million people and then people falling off by the wayside too, you dig what I'm talking about along the way. But once you get from, let's say, Egypt to Mali, right? You got to think about it. That's basically the distance from New York to California.
Yo, let me tell you something, yo. That will be crazy if the fucking Exodus was in reverse, my nigga.
It was, nigga. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Listen, bro. Listen. Listen. Wait a minute. The land that goes west, I'm talking about the northwest region we call Morocco, Mali, all that northwest corner right there, right? That is called the Soudan. Nigga, that is the house of Dan, the house of light, the house of the Jew.
Mm-hmm.
This is where they went, bro. Listen, that's Israelite stock. It may not be exactly pure how it was back then at that time, but we know what we're looking for.
Right.
So I can say, oh, yeah, I can see it now. You one of them. All right, okay. And then, but remember, the sons of Moses and the sons of Capelia and the sons of Chinese was going to meet the sons of Iwata.
Right here in the West.
In the West, 1848.
But look at that though. It says the sons of Chinese, and who was the other one?
Capelia.
Capelia. Now look at that.
Yep.
For them niggas to come to Cosmon in the West, yeah, they had to come from them regions. They had to come from India, China, the same way niggas had to come from Africa, you know, with the flight of Moses.
And listen, the thing is, today the Asians and the East Indians is dominating the Caribbean, bro. They run everything.
Big fact. China, yeah, the Chinese, yeah.
The Chinese and
even the goddamn
and the Tamils.
Even the Syrians, my nigga. My mother used to tell me that shit. She used to tell me how motherfuckers from Syria used to come knocking at the door selling fabric. The Syrian, I'm like, I said, yo, how the fuck Syrians get to the Caribbeans back then? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, what them niggas doing way over here? But they used to be going around door to door selling fabric, and that's how people used to get their fabric to ask anybody from the Caribbeans about the Syrians and the fabric. I know Tabitha will know.
They said Jaja said in 1553, I'm gonna give you 3,400 years. Nigga, that's the Cosmon era. We see in 1848 that everybody be looking at the Fox sisters. No, that ain't the proof that 1848 is the start. Everybody migrate to the West.
Right.
And the niggas found gold first. It was a black man who found a Indian. You dig? He could have possibly been African, but they from his last name and his heritage, he was definitely an American Indian. He found gold first, and then this is what we gonna have to get over and understand that, bro. We didn't mixed all in,
right? Because like you brought up a point earlier when you was like, I forgot who you said it, but if the indigenous Americans is niggas. And then the Africans come over here and they label the indigenous Africans, yo, what a better fucking strategy to destabilize the people. Because niggas gonna be like, yeah, I'm African because I'm black. And not knowing like, nigga, you a whole different stock of niggas that been over here.
Listen, so long that it had been, first of all, you, irregardless of your language, cause see, I believe, or I know for a fact, Moses split the Reed Sea, not the Red Sea, the Reed Sea. And they say he landed in Shechem Morel, right? He landed in a place called Shechem Morel. I tend to believe in my mind how I see this working, that splitting the Red Sea ain't really that big of a deal. But if you split the Atlantic, all right, because remember, it take about 90 days, 100 days, 90 days to walk from LA to New York. 90 days. Now imagine having 3.5 million people with you, right? And you moving from LA to New York, and that's the difference between, let's just say, Egypt and Mali, right? You could fit all of North America just in the Sahara, right? So you get there. You could walk that many people, right? You could walk them there, even stopping every day, or you know what I mean? You could walk them there in a year. Way less than that. If it take 90 days, wait, straight stepping, I just give it a year. That's still 3.5 more years. If you walk them across the Atlantic and walk them into the Americas, that makes sense. That walk could have even took that long.
And then y'all talking about the promised land. Cause of the America's supposed to be the promised land.
Listen, America is the promised land.
So just imagine them niggas split the Atlantic so they could come to the promised land.
That's why I call it Shekel Mereth. You dig what I'm talking about? He landed with the Israelites after he did what he did in the Reed Sea.
But if you think about it, bro, the concept of what we got in the Exodus moving out comes from Louis and them boys, comes from the false gods. Them niggas could have switched shit around.
Listen, this is what I'm telling you. The people who went west ain't Israelites. Not for real, for real. They remember they the tag-alongs.
That's the goddamn Pharisees. That's the rabbinical Jew niggas today.
That's who they are. But out of these people, they get their whole they write themselves into a history with a 12 tribe doctrine. This is where they get themselves into the whole thing. You dig what I'm talking about? With a name switch from Jacob to Israel. And
now that's one thing. Although it's irrelevant as far as what Owaspi got to offer, but that would have been one thing I would have liked to see is that story of Jacob, to see how.
You know what I think though? I don't think it was one.
But there was an Isaac though. But see, let's say if there was a Jacob, I think if there was a Jacob, I think
he did what Abram did.
He ain't wrestled with no goddamn angel. He just went through an initiation. He went because the Oralite is an initiation dealing with oral spirit communion. So he had to been initiated into that, and he was called the Oralite. You know what I mean? So
he would have been. This is Isaac. This Abraham's son.
Right.
Now, mind you, tell him where we at in time, Selah. Because this changed the game when you tell him where Abram is in time.
And that's crazy because if we place Abram, because it's another joint where they say he's 1,000 years before Moses, but then we got the arc of Spitzer starting at 3953. If we place the
1,000 years, he's 2,400 years before Moses. Exactly. So with the time of Abram doing what he did is 2,400 years exactly, which is the covenant. This is how the covenant was completed. 2,400 years, the exact same year. So 1553, Abram walked them in. 3953 BC, excuse me. 3953 BC. He walked them in. 5 years it took them. They had a 5-year dam.
And see, the thing is, to find Abraham, you would have to go to the Nakada period.
You got to. Ain't no other way.
And the Ubaid period of Iraq.
And then a lot of them people, bro, a lot of them people got wiped. And then listen, during Abram time, the world stopped warring for a minute. Remember they had a 200 year
right. That 200-year reign of peace.
Yeah. And then
but you know what? The key for Abraham would be Sodom and Gomorrah. And they got a site where they found that shit.
Yeah.
They found some white dudes, man. They found Sodom and Gomorrah.
And it's way older than they think it is.
That's what I was about to say. Because if we can show the proof that Sodom and Gomorrah goes back to the 4th millennium, third millennium BC, nigga, that's it. And then you remember they said they had the flatheads around that time. Now I remember I found this site. I got to go back and look for it. where they found flat skulls going to the Ubaid period.
And when you're looking for them, we got to look for the jinn.
Right.
Remember, the jinn are the seers, and what was happening at that time was, remember, Ahura had already for 1,000 years or plus had advanced that, pushing the skull back to induce forced suicide.
Exactly.
But it causes what we would call today autism.
Right. Because it said they was dull on judgment.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
the angels could speak to you. This is how you had your oracles. A jinn, okay, for anybody, like let's say when you go in Egypt, right? Anybody want to look for Egypt, this is what a jinn did. When you go in the Sudan, right, you have these smaller pyramids, right? In them pyramids set a jinn. It was a human, a man who had been tested and proved that he was able to speak to spirits, and spirits could speak through him. So they was making sure they was forcing them at birth to be suis or clairvoyant, but it made them dull, like being autistic, right? And so the spirits would use them. So in these little small pyramids, let me show you something. Let me see.
Right, that's how them niggas used to. That's the root of the spirit communion and shit.
Yeah, cause watch this. Cause see, watch this. Watch this.
Yo, what you was using? That was Google map when you was showing the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit hard right there, bro. That Pacific Ocean side is serious, bro.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, that's amazing, man.
Now,
we basically living in a whole new world then.
Now look. Now see how these ones.
It ain't showing.
Oh, hold on. Let me share real quick. My bad. One second. I just want to get an idea of what I'm talking about. Right? Can everybody see that? Can everybody see that?
That's the pyramids of Sudan.
Yeah, those is the pyramids in Sudan. Now there's more pyramids in Sudan than there is in Egypt altogether.
Right.
Right? But I want y'all to see something. See, these are schools. I keep telling y'all, pyramids.
Zoom in on it.
Hold on, let me see.
There you go.
I see, this is a larger one.
Bring it up. Bring in some more.
Bring it in some more.
Hell yeah. Bring that bitch all the way in, nigga. That shit is deep. Yo, look at that.
Let me see. Hold on.
Look at that. Those are spirit chambers, yo.
Let me see.
There you go.
Yeah, watch. Let me see. You're right. These are spirit chambers. They are, in a sense, spirit schools. What happens is, this is what I want y'all to understand. And this is why there are man-sized entrances and all that stuff in these little things, right? There was a man, a literal man. His title is called Jinn. D-J-I-N-N, right? What a jinn was somebody who had their head flattened, right? To it push the sensory part of or the thinking parts of your brain, which are in your frontal lobes, into your light receiving parts or towards the top or crown of your head. So when they do that, you can force a person to be able to see and hear spirits. That's called a jinn when you force it, right? And this is where you get your oracles. This is who the angels spoke through, all that, right? But they sat in these little lesser pyramids. See these smaller pyramids? They sat in there, and they closed the door, and the angel literally came in the dark and spoke and taught through the jinn. Right? The jinn is just a man. He didn't have no power. All he was able to do was to be a medium to get information through to a spirit that is purposefully being brought into this area, into these pyramids. Because first of all, the pyramidal structure is the most efficient conductor of energy in the world. If you want the best engine, make it a pyramid. You want any type of energy, make it a pyramid.
That's vortexia.
It's vortexia, and it comes from the, listen to me, y'all, from the ground up. Right? Vortexia is produced from the outside, right?
Right.
Hold on. Let me see if I can blow this up.
Spirit chambers, yo.
Okay.
Auralite.
There we go. Vortexia is pushed to the earth. It bombards the earth, right? Releasing things like heat. You know what I mean? What you would call geomagnetism, right? Through the earth, right? Through the earth. These energies, they're grounded in the earth. These pyramids are grounded in the earth. These mirrors, they're grounded in the earth, and light or vortex is pulled from the ground, and it is bounced multiple times in these places, right? It's meant to be dark, but because of the nature of vortex, once it get to moving, you'll be able to even see in the dark.
Exactly. You ever walked into a movie theater and you can't see nothing because it's dark, but then your eyes adjust and you can see everything?
Yeah, just like that. Yeah. Just like that, too.
And then, not only that, even life in the unseen, when they went to the lower realm and it was dark, pitch black, but they could see, the demons in them couldn't see them.
Right. They were still moving at a higher level. They couldn't.
Exactly.
But a jinn is what you would today call an oracle. And the cool part about the jinn was, and why they lasted so long, all the way from Anu Hassaj's time, all the way down into the Americas and into.
You mean in Ahura's time?
Yeah, even from Ahura's time. That's before then. That's pre-Nakata. You know what I mean? That's Ubaid. Exactly. You dig what I'm talking about? So we talking 6,000.
Matter of fact, we got to go to what's the period before Nakata? I forget the name of it.
That's Ubaid.
No, Ubaid. That's in Sumer though. It's another because you got the Nakata in Africa, and then you got the Ubaid and Sumer, but they got precursors.
Is it Natufian?
Yeah, I think and it's something like that. Exactly, fact. Yeah, we got to study the Natufian age because that'll be up under Fragapati.
Yep.
Yeah. We got to see what was going on during them time periods under the Fragapati Ahura inspiration.
Yeah, because that's when you would have had the flatheads. You know?
Right.
That's when you would have had them heavy. And one of the big things that was talked about Abraham, was that they recognized that he spoke to the angels, but he didn't have a flat head.
Right. He was natural.
So that kind of made him stand out. You dig
And
what I'm talking
that's
about?
crazy because Jaja sure like, yo, you could obtain these things naturally without having to do the flathead, the flattening of the head, but that's kind of spooked out because you go to a land and you see a whole bunch of flathead niggas, and all these niggas is capable of communicating with spirits of the dead. That's some spooky shit.
Yeah.
Them niggas may be like, yo, man, fuck that nigga right there. Go get that. Them spirits will tell you it, and you know they gonna listen.
Yo,
go kill that nigga firstborn. Here they come.
Yep, here they come. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, you ain't got a chance. They kids ain't got a chance. So you definitely don't got a chance.
But now them spirit chambers is deep because, like you say, those could probably take, a school of like 5 or 10 people at one time in one of those schools, or if not, one at a time. Because in the pyramids, the story of Thutmose, it was one nigga at a time. It was that big ass pyramid, and one nigga doing that shit at a time.
Yeah, remember though, they got different rooms doing different things.
I thought about that too. So they could have had like 25 different niggas doing the same shit at different areas.
In different areas, and the whole point of the pyramid was to create a funnel, a vortex big enough that you could keep a whole man's body in. The king's chamber is not little at all.
With no decay. It produced no decay on the body. Yo, you see how big the fucking pyramids is, my nigga?
Nigga, oh my God. Hold on. I'm about to show these joints in America too.
And to walk in one of the motherfuckers, whoever designed that shit right there.
Right. The thing is, the design is cool, but how, dog?
That's what I'm saying. How the fuck you make them chambers inside? The nigga whoever did that's like Osiris after the pyramids are built, just walking through the bitch like, all right, this is. How you do that?
How you do that? And then what type of energy these places pulling down?
What's that? That's South America.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Let me show you. Yeah, this Palenque. What type of energy these mugs pulling down? You dig what I'm talking about? What type of energy is these mugs?
They got the step pyramid.
You know what I mean? Let me see. Hold on. They got the one I want to see.
Oh, that's that one. Yo, they got some ill-ass maps on their website too, yo.
Yeah,
I meant to share that link. Because I was looking at some of the maps in the Roman periods. Man, they got everything on there in the maps, yo. Real detail.
Look how that shit look, cuz.
Yeah, come on, yo.
Come on, man. How you doing this, dog?
Exactly. And what you doing?
Yeah, and I'm starting. Listen, I'm starting to think these places is older than you. So you're not old as the mounds. You're not old as the mounds, but that means really, let's say we give them a good straight 5,000 years or 6,000 years, 2 arc cycles of straight good mound living, right? That's 16,000 BC.
Or it could have been that first 200 years of Speeder. Where them niggas, you know what I mean, building them pyramids up prior to the Khufu shit.
But you got to think about it. They already had cities like Os, Susa, all that stuff was already built. The temples of God, the temples.
But you know what though? You know what though, too, King? I'm like, yo, in one breath, I'm like, yo, they had to build pyramids in Osiris the first cycle, yo. It would only make sense.
Where you get Göbekli Tepe from.
Right. But because some niggas like John Hancock will say that the pyramids go back to 10,500 BC. That'll place niggas right in the time of Osiris, the first.
Look, he say Gobekli Tepe is 9,600 BC exactly. He not guessing. 9,600 BC. That's smack dab in the middle of the Ark of Osiris.
And then it's called the Hill of Osiris.
It's called and then it's called Port Osar, the navel of Osiris, the umbilical cord.
I'm like, how did these niggas come up with the name Osiris and tied it to that shit?
12,000 years ago.
You know what I'm saying? That's deep, yo. But I'm just saying, like, it would seem like it only makes sense for Osiris. Because think about it. In the Book of Wars, it said they brought back the Osirian. They brought the knowledge back from the Osirian cycle.
Right.
So if they brought the knowledge back from the Osirian cycle and they building pyramids, what does that say? If you say, you know, if niggas is trying to say them pyramids go back to the cycle of Osiris, because you know niggas are saying that the pyramids in America is older than Egypt, but I don't know how far back they saying they go. But if we find any pyramids going back to 12,000 years, then we know, like, all right, boom. So,
let me see. Let me type this in real quick. Let me type this in. And the crazy part is the American pyramids over here is older than the ones in Egypt.
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see how much older than that, because I hear that.
Yeah, they
Matter of fact, put in 12,000-year-old pyramids. See what pop up.
Only Gobekli Tepe. Watch this.
Now put in 12,000-year-old pyramid.
Let me see what's popping. Oh yeah, it was definitely something. I know it was something. 12,000. Hold on, let me do it like this. Let me do it like this. $12,000-year-old pyramid. A 27,000-year-old pyramid.
Damn, that'll be goddamn before the flood.
That's pre-flood.
But then we gotta consider the first era of civilization. Were they building pyramids then?
Amateur claims in 22, a retired archaeologist has bizarrely claimed to have found an ancient underwater city with a pyramid and energy field off the, what is this? This can't be real. Hold on.
That's a U.S. Sun? The U.S. Sun?
This is it is the Sun. It is a real newspaper, but it's a Lost City amateur claims to have found 12,000-year-old underwater city with pyramid and energy field off the U.S. coast. George Gele calls himself an amateur archaeologist, has taken 44 trips to the site of what he believes to be the ruins of a 12,000-year-old city, a theory that is not backed up by experts. So he's saying this is off Mississippi border, Chandler Islands. That's not hard to believe that it's something under there.
Yeah, because if you look how New Orleans look. It looked like land masses would have been up, like that water would have been.
Especially if it was a little bit lower.
Right, exactly.
A little bit lower. Man, you know how much land it'd be if the water around Louisiana was just 5 feet lower? Imagine if it was 50 feet lower.
Damn, yo.
You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. Let me see.
Well, they do got pyramids on the continent of Japan over there for Okinawa, Japan. Them underwater monuments.
Look, Gobekli Tepe.
Yeah, I see.
12,000. 12,000-year-old megalithic structures. And the crazy part is the Ahuans are the megalithic builders. Every time you see the megalithic structures, Noah Ahuan did it. And they'll tell you right in the name who built it. Watch this.
It's a 12,000-year-old city off of New Orleans coast.
And look, so one saying one thing and another saying another. Which one telling the truth?
Right.
Which one telling the truth? Self-proclaimed arms located 50 miles off the coast. Artifacts, 12,000-year-old city. Visit the site for time. 10 legendary lost cities that have emerged from the past. Even more startling, he claims that there is a pyramid in the granite city he has named Crescentis. That is related to the, what does it say? Great Pyramid at Giza, the oldest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Great Pyramid is located Greater Cairo. What's down there? Hundreds of buildings that are covered with sand and silt and that are geographically related to the Great Pyramid at Giza. Somebody floated 1 billion stones down the Mississippi River and assembled them outside what would later become New Orleans. So 1 year later, they finding out that this place is real.
That's crazy.
The building blocks of the lost city, Crescentis. I had to look into that. I'll get back into that a little later. I wanted to show this.
What's that?
Right? Watch this. Right? Because you know what I mean? They great builders. The great builders.
Look at that.
Always told you what it was. They always told you what it was. Hold on, watch this. They always hold on. Let's go to UNESCO. See if they hiding something. Okay. And then prove, listen, to show you again, we're not making this up. The people name on the planet, the giant Negroid or copper colored people of the world, the great megalithic builders, are called Ahuan. Nobody could make that word up. You ain't never heard of it before.
Right.
Right? But yet you have heard of it before. Because we just showed you right here, this is the Pyramid of the Sun. But, right? What is the name of the place in the building? It is called Te O Te Ahua.
That shit got Ahu in it and that shit. I see it.
Ahua. That is the that is
it's Ahukin.
That's what man was called itself. And this is why at the time Zarathustra, right? Zarathustra, his God that he was talking to is named Ahua Mazda, the master of man. Because that's what man was called, Ahua. But the great copper-colored negroidal stocks who begin the tribes in America come directly out this Ahua stock. And
But
they
then
are
check
the great
that.
megalithic builders.
They got that island on the Pacifica called Ahu.
Watch this. Watch this. Nigga, let me do this real quick. Hold on. Now, I want y'all to remember, right, that in ancient Paleo languages, vowels are interchangeable. Let me show you something, Sila. Every time you see the word Ahua, you are going to find a megalithic structure every time. Right? You're gonna see a megalithic structure. Watch this. Hold on. Let me get us a good picture real quick. Let me get us a good picture. You see what I'm talking about? Now, mind you, y'all never mind. This mug is about 4-5 miles in the air on top of a mountain.
That's crazy, yo. Is that the one in
Right?
Peru?
Yeah, this is in Peru on top of a mountain. I just want to put a little context on that, but I want to show you these blocks, and I want to show you. Show you the level and understanding the science that you have been dealing with here in the Americas for a long, long time, right? Now, this is in Peru. I want to show y'all the name of what this is because the people tell you who they are. This is called who? Saxe. Hold on. Saxe Ahua. Man, the city where man turns to God. City of God, city of the sun. Remember, these are the giant who go on to tell you that they Nephilim, that they Raphaim, that they are sons of God, and you should have praised them. Bro, it was a lot going on. It was a lot going on. And look at the megalithic builders. And then to understand that even though they did all this, and these are ancestors, right? They wasn't even the smart niggas.
Can you imagine? Them niggas, did you remember said them Ahuans were some big niggas too?
Yeah, these wasn't, I mean, they got it. You dig what I'm talking about, but nigga, you wasn't iron.
Just imagine
you
that.
Still, for the most part, you had the ability to, resurrection and do whatever you wanted to do. You dig what I'm talking about? But for the most part, they was more towards the earth. They was huge ass niggas. Out of this stock, you get your legends of your men of law. All the great killers, the Hercules, Achilles, the great hunters of the Americas, the Ravanas of Vedic fame, or Ohio.
What that just say in the Book of Wars? Niggas, I mean, I forgot which book niggas said it. They could grasp a horse thigh and crush that shit, yo.
Yo, lift it up over his head. How you and crack it like a whip, like whoosh, to where you could break his leg. You too strong.
Yeah. So
you know what I mean? The crazy part is, C-Law, man, I think and I'm not gonna do this. Okay, Governor Ill, peace. Get the sister on here, man. She doing a good work out here too. Sister K Glover Ill, she out here helping folks, man, getting them together. If you had any issues with your children and the law and all that stuff, man, we're gonna have to get her up here one day and Let her just share her, like, she'll fill you in. You know what I'm saying? Because the Moors is gonna come on right on in. I'm not even worried about the Moors. Now,
nigga Tyreek Baby mentioning the Owaspy and shit. You don't go into
everybody gonna have to come to you gonna have to come to Creator in the end of the day.
That's right.
And right now, for real, it's only one people in the world standing by the Creator.
Yeah.
That's it,
everybody, the Moors up under Islam, so they fall up under Allah.
Mm-hmm.
The Hebrew Israelites, they up under goddamn they false gods. All the religions.
Really, they under Louis and don't know.
Right. They up under Louis and don't know it.
They under the imposter Louis. They got on some fake Louis. It's crazy.
You got the fake Allah running around.
Fake Allah running around. He calling himself Michael too. The fake Allah is calling himself Michael. He also is the fake Yeshua today too.
Right. Exactly.
Same nigga. Crazy.
Yeah. So like you said, it's only we the only niggas except other people who may be referencing the Creator, but not like how we going in on the Creator.
Nah.
We get the mechanicals of the Creator, yo.
We can see it now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Look how small that dude is compared to them stones, yo.
Listen, it's different. It's different. My thing is, okay, even if you could cut it, when you cut it, it wasn't hard.
Right.
Ain't no way that it's like that and it's just melted in there. My thing is, if that's the case, if this was built out of maybe some type of hard clayish, built up brick wall, like let's just say like regular old cinder blocks.
Right.
It built out of material like that. What would get it to turn into full hard, like diorite, like level 8, level 7, level 8 hardness stone like that is heat. They were cooked. And then think about it. They know that these walls were way taller than they are today because they can look right around them and somehow blown out these massive 10, 20, 30, 40, 80-ton rocks are thrown around like Legos.
Right.
You know what I mean? They just laying around like that's what they do all day. You dig what I'm talking about?
But they were showing how they was using sound to levitate objects.
I believe so too. I as a matter of fact, I can almost guarantee it, bro.
You know what I mean?
I can almost guarantee it, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
What else the niggas was doing? How they do that shit, yo?
That's crazy. You know what I mean? That's crazy right there. Like I don't know what's going on. Hold on. What about this one? Ooh.
Somebody laid a rock on top of that joint.
Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu.
That's crazy.
Ooh, look at this thing, man. Why? Hold on, let me go back up.
Man, the gods probably built that shit.
Yo, man, the Anunnaki talk about some stuff like this in the story where they say they built it up in
See, that's what we not
America.
That's what we're not putting together. Because a lot of times the angels came, materialized. What you think them niggas was doing? Just sitting around scratching their head? Shit.
No.
Them niggas was fucking testing out temporality.
Well, Anki built he said an observatory, which was a lab for Ninma, right? And they came over here and cooked up the recipe for man. And this is where they supposedly did it, at Machu Picchu. There's another one. This is Cusco. I think this is Cusco. This is Cusco, I believe. Or is this? Hold on, let me go back up here. Yep, Cusco. Yep, Machu Picchu.
And then that place reminds me of in the Owaspy when it talks about how the Faithists came into extinction, but they basically ascended or disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
There was no more. You know that verse would say that?
Yeah.
It makes me think of that shit right there. Like they was dead. Them niggas just goddamn ascended off and shit.
Well, they did say the Mayas just disappeared. Don't nobody know where the Maya went. The Ma and the Ya, the people of the spirit and the earth. Don't nobody know where they went. They just poof.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? And we ain't talking about the modern day time called the Mayan. We talking about the Maya, the ones who predate the Olmec. Look at this, man. This is crazy.
That's heavy.
Look at this. How is you doing this terracing?
Right.
This ain't normal.
Right.
This ain't normal. What are you talking about? Hold on. What you talking about? That's not normal, bro.
Mm-mm. And then not only that, that would have to take some time to develop a system and a community to even pull that off.
And why did you put it at the top of a mountain?
Right. Niggas can barely breathe up on them high levels. Hey, niggas had a hard time breathing up on high altitude. How they doing that?
How you move this stone right here? And then how you get it to fit perfectly right here into this stone that ain't even cut right?
Right.
You pack that mug in like dirt and then hardened it after. But I think what hardened it for real, it was a wall, you know what I mean? But you know what I think hardened it even more? Heat. Because you can tell it's been blasted. This place has been blasted, bro. Everything has been cooked. Everything. Why do you put this in the middle on the top of a mountain? It don't make no sense.
And then, how did they generate this heat? What evidence is there to be like, look, all right, this is where they made the fire to plaster the shit? You know what I mean? It's like this shit just springs out of nowhere.
Right. So they and look at them little itty bitty people.
Couldn't find out them the niggas who built this shit.
No, they newcomers.
Can you imagine if the Ions built that shit?
Huh?
I said, can you imagine if the Ions built that shit?
Yeah, they did. What they told, and they told the Ions how to build it. I mean, they told the Ahuans how to build it. The Ahuans built it. You dig what I'm talking about? The Ahuans built it. The Ahuans are who you would call Olmec. The people ain't called Olmec though. You know what I mean? They got taught to do this by the Ions. This is why the Ions was always important. And the dope part about like places like Sacsay, who I'm on, knowing what we know, look, we ain't looking for what everybody else looking for.
Right.
Y'all looking for the stones. Y'all looking for the building. We just trying to get up here so we can see the hills around it. Because that's where the special people were. In the mounds and the hills and the stuff that don't look important, that's where it's at.
Right.
That's where it's at.
But he was like, yo, where my people at? He said, my people not in the copper stones and
Yeah, they
No, you
don't
can't
build
do.
with the megalithic blocks. My people don't
Right.
do that. You know what I mean? Now you done got that in you though now. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the Ahuan has been raised all the way up. You did what I'm talking about till he became the American Indian. Because that's a whole different cut of people. So and then he told you, listen, you the only one in the world.
Right.
Ain't no more. If you ain't a nigga from America, you ain't no more of you.
Damn, that's deep, yo.
Right. And this is where it get real deep. I did it on purpose. This ain't a mistake. I did this on purpose. You did what I'm talking about. I made you this way. So you could be in remembrance of some niggas from halfway around the world. That's going to link you right back here to your land. That's crazy, bro. Why be something different, bro? Hey, man. Hey, but look, man, it's getting about 2, man. Anything you want to say to the people, my baby?
Man, you know what I mean? It's your boy Salah Shalom, man. Y'all subscribe, like, share. You know how we do. Creator Gang Gang. I'm up in here eating some damn vegetarian Chinese food. You know what I mean? But shit, we gonna close it out, man. Appreciate you for having me on, Cosmo, like always.
Man.
You know what I mean?
Man, come through chopping it up with your boy. You dig what I'm talking about?
Excellent bill, too.
Yeah, man, we're going to get back at it early, man. We'll get back at it tomorrow, man. Put some more hot stuff out there, man. Dropping this new light, new information. And we ain't going to keep it the same never.
That's right. You know what I mean? Never alike twice. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's
all right,
right.
King. So salute, man. See you in the chat, man. You know that.
All the time. Peace, bro.
All right. Peace, King.
And as always, that's my brother right there, Selah Shalom, man, checking in. Thank y'all, everybody, for coming in, man. Y'all hit that Cash App, support the show, sub, like, share this live out there. As a matter of fact, just think about it. Have you ever heard any of this information that I've spit before today? No, you haven't. Stop lying. If you ain't a faithist, you ain't heard it. You dig what I'm talking about? And then even breaking it down, being able to prove it with the geological, archaeological, paleontological studies. You dig what I'm talking about? Topographical studies to be able to prove it. Right? What I'm saying, at least. Right? It's a whole nother thing, man. It's a whole nother level. You got to just be real with yourself. Like, damn, let me check into that. Because, you know, bro was bringing it out. But it's going to be all right. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let them do me like Rashad Jamal, though. You did what I'm saying? That's what's not going to happen. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. And as always, man, thank y'all for coming out, man. This is number 125, man. The Jehovah Chronicles 125. We moving, man. We've been up a year. Moving. Jehovah Chronicles 125. The Pan and Lemuria Mythos, man. Like to thank everybody for coming out. K. Glover, King Judah, Nazarene, the Scene Faithist, man. Rainwater, everybody for coming through. You dig what I'm saying? As always, it's your hostess with the mostest, man. Strap in, go ahead, blast off to the heavens in my brand new Otavan. You dig what I'm talking about? Banging what I'm banging Spiggity One, haven't got a ghetto. Or no, welcome to the ghetto. Yeah. Banging that welcome to the ghetto, Spiggity One. On my way to the Etherian heavens. You dig what I'm saying? But as always, man, I just need you to breathe in. And then, let a little light in, man. Put that light in. Breath is the light of the world. Right? All things that breathe live. So breathe in. Let that light in. I'm Cosmon. And I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh, this that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papa Bull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Sang, so as above, it's so below, that up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian, I call that a ground game, see water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning, so how your God make a sun without vortexian current, see the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people, oh watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether, and when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
She's going trying to sell this.
What's going on here?
Where the fuck is my grandmother at?
It was racing. She burned.
Where does it say she's dead at?
So I made her drink 2 big things of water. And then
do I need to go any further?
That is the one they ever been on.
No, that's it now.
I need you to come in here, so I go in there.
Who's the first one to jump out there?
Please get him.
Our very own 111 Truth. That's my guy, though. He's the first one to jump out there. It's the quiet they ever been on somebody.
Right.
No, we're listening.
She didn't feel good.
We're soaking in the information, right?
I really wish
Because
you would
we
have
know
hit
what
my
we're gonna do.
cigarette.
We're gonna see if she's really about it. We told her we gonna do. She asked us to do.
7 o'clock's gonna come around.